It's time to start class. We got a lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about. All right, I'm gonna do a little intro and we're gonna get going. Much love, everybody. Is this sometimes how you gotta get ready for an intro? You kind of wiggle around.
Yeah.
You kind of okay. All right, and then you get into mode. All right. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to class 3 of the beginner to reader astrology course. I'm your teacher, fixedairmoon. Once again, Brian Scarborough. I appreciate you all so much. Thanks for being here. Last couple of weeks, we touched on a lot. We went through the planets, the archetypes. We went deep into those. I mean, it was 7.5 hours of content just on basically these archetypes and how the planets are really the key factor. And they're the conscious light that create the archetypes that, actually, as we're going to see today, as we go into the house system, really do play into that too. So it's like there's layers. So it's like getting the layers of the archetypes, the signs, the planets, and the houses. And that's how you start to build the story. So that's what this class is going to be heavily focused on, is the final touch to, how to build these stories. And we're going to go into examples, and we're going to look at these planets in signs, in houses, and like see how they represent themselves, how they show and illuminate, and how they play out in the stage of life. So it's going to be very exciting. Looking forward to it as always. And without further ado, we will start to get into it. We will start to get into it. This is how I have to share my iPad now. I have to, screen share, which is fine. Just a little different. Move this over here. Move this over here. And I got new astrology software too, Solar Fire, which is a trip. It does so much and it's so cool, but at the same time, it is not as user friendly as Astro Gold. Oh my God. Astro Gold is definitely an easier program. So, of course, this quote I started off with last week. I just think that it's so important to really take this in. A child is born on that day, at that hour, when the celestial rays are in mathematical harmony with his or her individual karma. The resulting horoscope is a challenging portrait revealing his or her unalterable past and its probable future result. I like the probable part because I think that they can go a lot of different ways. So that's a good point there. But the natal chart can be rightly interpreted only by women and men of intuitive wisdom. These are few. And this was, of course, Yogananda. It's a great quote. So just thinking about that again, how do you intuit these energies, these archetypes? It doesn't always have to be by the book. It doesn't always have to be Capricorn is structured and responsible and on time, because I wasn't, necessarily as on time as I wanted to be today. But it is still the showing up, and there is still a reliability, but there's different ways to intuit these energies. And that's what makes, astrologers really stand out, in my opinion, is the ones that see something see a sign or a planet in a sign in a house, and they don't just go straight for that thing, but all of a sudden they get that intuition, that vision, and they maybe ask a certain question to a client or to themselves. And it is that, feeling and that sort of different way of going about it that can really, be the ticket, be the key that really is the right way to do it. So it's really about using your intuition. That's so important with astrology, which is very 9th house of astrology and even very 8th house. So just wanted, of course, to touch on that again, because I think it's very important. Of course, last week we touched on the essential dignities. We'll go over those more, but hopefully people took the time to just study these and really learn where planets are dignified, where they're at detriment, where they're exalted, fall position. It's very important just to know this, because how strong a planet is or an energy is, in that sign, in that house, so it can be very helpful, and it can be where you have to, work a little harder with some planet, with some energy in your life, or where you just got it dialed in and that energy is strong and present. They can be strong and present if they're in fall or detriment too, but it's like you almost have to learn it more. It's not like as pronounced in many ways. So we will talk more about that. We'll kind of like touch on this stuff as we go. We touched on Pluto as we started last week, the nodes, Chiron. Yeah, we touched on a lot. So we're going to start this week with the house system. It's kind of the next bang, but I think that it's going to go pretty fast because it's a lot of like what we covered, right? So you have the first house here. And of course, it goes all the way through all 12. So it does divide the skies up. That's basically what the house system is. It's a division of the sky. So it divides the sky, the celestial, into 12, can be equal portions, or it can not be equal portions depending on where you're at on the equator. So, and depending on what house system you choose. I am going to be using Porphyry. I also, use Placidus. I do equal sign in my head if I feel needed, like I need to. And I can also do whole sign in my head. And we're going to go over how to do that. But it's like, there's juicy little things in the angular house systems, and I'll show you these different house systems too. But it isn't one size fits all. All house systems have a purpose, and there are a lot of them. My recommendation for you isn't just to do what one person teaches you, but to experiment with house systems and to see which one really resonates with you, over time, or jump around and see which one you feel like, yeah, this is my house system. Because once you find that, it's like lock into that and read that and channel that energy. That's your house system. So there's no right or wrong. Some people like whole sign, some people like Placidus, Porphyry, cock. There's a lot out there, so many. So I just want to say that too, there is no right house system. It's important to know as we look at this division of the house system before we get started too, is that this line that runs across the middle is really what you see. So everything up at the top of the chart is what's in the sky. And everything below that is what's on the other side. It's what's inside, really. You can look at it too as like the interpersonal, like inner of yourself even. And this all up here is the outer. So it's one way to look at the archetypes too, and kind of how they play out in life. But for the house system and for looking at a chart, like if I pull up a chart of the moment real quick, like boom, this is the chart of the moment. You can see that Scorpio is ascending. Scorpio is rising. That's the rising sign, the cusp of the first house and the 12th house. This is that line I was telling you about. Everything up here is in the sky. Where I'm at right now in California, the sun is on its way down. It's in the 8th house in Cancer with Mercury. When it comes into the 7th house, we're getting into sunset territory. And literally, when the sun crosses this plane, we get our sunset. So if you think about that, that's a good way to know about this ascendant, this descendant energy, is the sun is rising over the eastern horizon. So this, where Scorpio's at right here on this chart, that is the eastern sky, the eastern horizon. Wherever you were born, wherever the sun was at in your chart, based on the time of your birth, the rising sign is the sign that was rising over the horizon when you came into incarnation at that moment. And this, of course, is the western, where we get our sunsets. Share. So eastern, western. This, of course, is your midheaven, the 10th house cusp. And it is where the sun is at its highest point during the day. Sorry. So that's the midheaven. It's the peak of the of the day, sun, high noon, before it starts descending. So it's all on the rise, the midheaven, wherever that's at in your chart. It can be over here. It can be over here. It can be right in the center. Doesn't really matter where that 10th house cusp is, because if you were born in the wintertime, it could be skewed a little bit. Or if you were born way up on the equator, it could be, I've seen a midheaven in the 12th house before with someone who was born in Alaska, just to put that into perspective of like how high up past the equator you can get a really strange, if you're not using proportionate houses or equal sign, you're using Placidus or Porphyry, you can get some really interesting looking houses. I'm going to use that chart as an example just to show you of how crazy that can get, and how also not to be afraid of that, not to be scared of that. So that's how the sky's divided, is through these house systems. And when you get the sun as it moves through the day, right now it's in the 8th house. So there's this 8th house energy to life right now. There's this, whether it's going into something passionate, what are we taking in and osmosing? It's kind of like people get off work around this time and they're ready to like dive into things they really desire, is one way to look at it. Dive into things they actually really want to do, what they want to commit to. Maybe it's going home to a partner. What could that be for you? Maybe it's just literally putting your energy into what you've been thinking about all day, what you've been trying to go after. Or maybe it's, doing some tarot or learning astrology, a lot of different things. Of course, sun midheaven would be like, oh yeah, sun in the 10th, like coming up on noon, like we're getting ready for work, maybe getting ready to really knock out a big bulk of work before lunch, and then take lunch in the 9th house where it's kind of expanding and free. Natalie, she knows I'm teaching class. So just some ways to think about that. So I just want to put that division of the sky into perspective, and why we have an ascendant and a descendant. And of course, the IC is the 4th house cusp. So these are these angular cusps that are, very important. I should pull up the chat and make sure I can keep an eye on you guys. What does IC stand for? Colium. I can't even pronounce it right, so I never say it. It's the imum coeli. It's Latin for bottom of the sky. So yeah, that's that's what that is. I just like to use MC, IC, obviously ascendant, descendant's easy. The MC is the medium coily. See, I can't say that word right. This is why I don't say words that I don't know. So MC. Yeah, the imum coeli. That's the IC. But it is that, below the sky. And then above the sky would be that MC. So that's how the skies are divided into that 12. It always comes back to 12. 12 archetypes. It's just 12. And it's interesting too, if you think of like the Last Supper with Jesus, like there was 12 disciples, of course, right? And even in that photo, you can kind of see these archetypes of the planets, and of the signs, really. Archetypes of the signs, going from Aries all the way to Pisces in the people in that picture, which see if I can get like a good one. But anyways, this is it, right? You can kind of see Aries, like, let's get things started over here. Let's go. Taurus, kind of like holding things down, kind of like, yeah, I'm curious to see what's going on. Gemini with the hands up. And then you got the Cancer, which is kind of like the old, like kind of, it's like got that grandpa vibe a little bit, but like maybe trying to like get things calmed down, get things like emotionally in order. The Leo is just like, what are we even doing here? I want to go do my own thing. And then the Virgin, right? Virgo, Jesus, of course. Then you get Libra, the scales. He has his arms out. And you get this, get the Scorpio. Like, I'm gonna get my word in. This is how it should be, Jesus. The Sag. Well, I believe trying to also be the biggest, right? Jupiter, like standing up the tallest, like the highest one. Kind of funny. And then look at like, I think these last three, the final quadrant, like Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, like the Capricorn, like they are clearly like, what is really going on here? This guy didn't even understand. Like he's just sitting here, like trying to break bread. We're all having issues and stuff. Can you believe this guy? All serious. The Aquarius is like, I don't even want to be here. I want to go in my spaceship or go invent something. The Pisces is like, I should be there giving the talk. I have all the wisdom. Just kidding. But it's interesting to note, like, even it's in this kind of stuff, like these 12. So that's why we have the house system. And it's just, that's the division of life. It's the 12 conscious, archetypes, the 12 really like layers of our consciousness in many ways. So if we go back here and we look at this first house, which is always going to be in your chart below the IC. This is, of course, dealing with a lot of Aries energy, a lot of Martian qualities. It deals with the self. It's the I am house. It's beginnings. It deals with your body. It's first impressions, attitude, identity, approach to life. It's power. I think the biggest thing too, if you get like outer planets or Saturn or Pluto, and we're going to talk especially about Pluto through the houses later, but it's a lot of this like new beginnings, I think, is the biggest way to look at it. There's like a new chapter in evolution, and it's really about learning how to define that for yourself. So really learning how to do what you need to do in this evolution, how to, make decisions and empower yourself without needing so much, outside help, like really just this instinctual, I'm going this way. I'm initiating this because this is where I want to be. This is what I want to do. If you think about Aries, right? In Tarot, it's the Emperor. So the first house is definitely about finding that self, finding that appearance, finding that Emperor energy so that you can delegate your life. People with first house planets, like a lot of them, they're going to be very strong. They're going to want things their way. They're going to take themselves pretty serious. Or if you get something like Saturn in the first house, you're going to get someone that has to do a lot of work on themselves to find their authority. You might feel like if you have Saturn in the first house, nobody sees you for the first part of your life. And then all of a sudden your Saturn return comes and you realize that, oh, wow, I hold a lot of authority. People actually listen to me. People pay attention to me. I could, I'm a leader. Or maybe you felt like you didn't have leadership qualities, prior to that. But there is a leadership role with the first house because it's taking the initiative in life. It's really about definition and defining what you're going to do and doing it and using your instincts, being quick. It is like very youthful energy too. So when you get a lot of plants in the first two, there's a youth in this first quadrant that's, different from like the 10th, 11th, and 12th, which would be more, I don't want to say know it all, but there's something about like 10th, 11th, 12th that definitely feel like they have more wisdom or experience or understand society or the universe or people better. Because the first house doesn't deal so much with society. It definitely deals with the person, the individual. It is the house of I am, which I think is the biggest one to really look at it. I am what? And these are things that the person has to define for themselves. It's not about what other people think with the first house. So very Aries energy. If you have planets in the first house, whether they're in Virgo, there's an Aries quality to it. There's a defining, analytical, perfectionist trait to that person. And they might be very to the point with it and hit really hard because it's hard hitting too. Think about Mars. First house people will get straight to the point, or they're learning to get straight to the point. I have no planets in the I am, so I am whatever I want. Your rising sign also, everybody has that energy, right? So if we think about your ascendant, we all have an ascendant, whether we have first house planets or not. So we have a sign that rules that first house. So even if you don't have planets in a sign, you still have energy in that area of your life. And wherever the planet is that rules that sign, and this is why it's important to know your essential dignities, you can start to piece together that puzzle of that part of your life much, much better. And what planet that rules it, what's getting aspected by it, what's happening to it, where's it at, what sign, what house, those all play into that portion of your life. So it is the I am. As we come into the second house, it is definitely about Taurus energy. It's very Venusian. It deals with values, self-worth, confidence, income. This chart, this says daily routines. I look at daily routines much more as sixth house, but it could be about daily routines. The second house is about security, material possessions, priorities, habits, your job and work ethic. The second house is definitely based around what you hold the most value in. And value is very interesting because if we think about Taurus, right? It's Venus, but Venus rules two signs, but Taurus is the first Venusian sign. It deals with how you view yourself. So the self-worth part of the second house is so important. It's so important that you have value in yourself and that you love yourself and that your relationship with yourself is strong so that you can manifest, so that you can create, so that you can have. It's the house of I have. Hard to have voice message from David, I guess. Hopefully he's doing well. He's pretty sick, if any of you guys know. The house of I have. So what do you have? What do you desire in the first house? And then the second house is really being able to bring that in and kind of get to work and do things in the daily life and bring value based on the things you're defining and the things you're trying to create. It's very much based around this need for security too. It's like an inner security. It's like being in your body and loving your body. I would say the second house deals heavily with the body as well. It's gosh, we have to feel comfortable in this physical form, or it's really hard to have that self-confidence. It's really hard to love ourselves if we're not at home in our body. And that is a trip in itself when it comes to trying to get the things you want, get the things that you need. So you'll see people with second house placements, and a lot of them, they will, they know what's good. Usually they're a very straightforward, stubborn for what they want. They're going to hold their line for what's the best in life, and they're not usually going to budge. Or the opposite of that is they're learning that they need to put their values first, especially like sun in the second house. If they're not coming off like kind of like this is good and I'm not doing anything else but that. They're learning through life that it's about really using their power of what they know they want and making it happen and staying fixated on that and not settling for less. So the second house definitely comes back to not settling, because you have to really have what's valuable in life. And that's different for every person. So what's valuable to you, because remember, this is all interpersonal. It's not about the world yet. This is your self appearance in the first house. This is your identity. Second house is your money, how you make your money, what you do, what's your income, what's your life like, what's your values. It's all very personal stuff. And the way that you love yourself, that's very personal as well. The third house is Gemini. So when we think about the third house, what do we think about? The mind. It's I think. I communicate. It's logic. It's how you learn like little simple things. It's like street smarts too. Like how quick does your mind work? Is it lightning quick? Is it understanding things fast? Is it picking up new information? Or is it, taking its time, trying to make sure that it really wants to put its mental effort into things? What are you thinking about? Are you a deep thinker? Are you thinking quick? Are you thinking about the future? Are you thinking about rainbows and ponies? This is your third house. It's like your mind is going. So when you get people with a lot of third house placements, you definitely get people who are very looking for truth in the moment, looking for what makes the most sense. Communicators, singers, a lot of people who express a lot have really heavy third house placements, or they have a third house and that planet is doing well somewhere else. So it's not that if you don't have planets in the third house, you can't be a speaker or have a sharp mind either. So it's important not to get too hyper focused. I know people will say, well, I don't have this in this house. It goes so much deeper to that. And I promise I'm going to teach you how to do that as we keep going. But just keep in mind that as I'm giving these examples, if you don't have something there, that doesn't mean that you're not using that place in your life. And those places get activated even more at certain times too. So we're going to go into that. It rules siblings too. Gemini, right? So if you have a lot of third house placements, you might have twins. You might be a twin. Seriously, I've met so many Geminis that are twins or people that have third house placements. It's kind of crazy how accurate that is. But it could just be like, yeah, you grew up with brothers and sisters, you know, social activities, definitely like internet is something that can show up a lot. Like social networks is very Gemini, very third house. Neighbors, early education, it is environment. So really, it's what you have value in creates your environment. So it's like you have what helps you build this environment that is third house and what's close by. It's not about this big adventure. It's about the things in your life that you can almost reach out and like touch. Gemini rules the arms. So like think about like that close proximity and your family and your siblings and your neighbors and, you know, getting in your car and driving to the store, the local store. Like these are very third house. It's very close, but it's also, of course, dealing with the mind, communication, and the way you think and the way you ingest information. Pardon me. Hello. Okay, I'll be right there. All right. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. It's just one of those days. Yeah, I know. I teach her like a celebrity right now. I can't, everything's just showing up. Okay. Anyways, that was Gemini, right? Third house. That's the energy of the third house. Gemini, thinking, environment, communication, stimulation. Third house placements need a lot of stimulation. They need a lot of the information, and there's an excitement and like keep things fun. It's very youthful. Like I said, with this first quadrant, 1 through 3, it's much more youthful. It definitely wants the good things, and it definitely wants to know itself, to have things, and to communicate and to express and to banter, because the third house is more about the exchange of information. It's not so much about, right? If you think about Sagittarius in the ninth house, that's like, we'll get there, but that's like the know-it-all energy. That's like, I have all the wisdom, the philosophy, I'm so smart, I went to college. The third house is like, well, yeah, but can you explain that to me? Can we go back and forth? It's about truth, and it's about how truth is subjective. The third house is subjective truth. It's not this one overarching truth. It's that every individual has a truth. So I think that we have to be able to use that third house too to understand in our own minds, and as we communicate and as we deal with other people in the world, that just because we think one way doesn't mean that somebody else is going to think the same way. But it's through communicating, and it's through having that banter and that back and forth that we can take in new information or decide what's ours and what isn't ours. So the mind, communication, environment, siblings is very third house, of course. When we get to the fourth house, we start that next quadrant, right? Because it does go like cardinal, fixed, mutable. The houses go by um it's not cardinal. What is it? Why is that skipping my mind right now? It's I think it goes angular, succedent, and cadent, which is the same energy as cardinal, fixed, mutable. But if you get like angular houses, you're looking at first, fourth, seventh, 10th. If you get succedent houses, you're looking at the fixed houses like Taurus, second house, Leo, fifth house, Scorpio, eighth house, Aquarius, 11th house, and cadent, because it's the cadence, it's coming, it's like changing, it's finishing. That energy is the third with Gemini, sixth with Virgo, ninth with Sag, and 12th with Pisces. So just to throw that in there, you don't need to necessarily use that term, but that is like the terms for the house system. So the fourth house is angular, and it is the start of a new season even, and it's the start of a new thing because it's really about your feelings. We haven't got into feelings yet. There's not really feelings in the first house. I mean, these are just who you are, what you want to do, your desires, going after things, making it happen, finding out what you're all about and your own approach to it. Making money, work. I don't know. There's not much. It's like, yeah, we gotta definitely, I would say the second house is close to the fourth in a sense that it can deal with like self-worth and security, which can be based around your inner home, your inner emotion. But still, it's more about the I have, these things in life. The third house is definitely the mind. Well, the fourth house is where we really have to figure out how we're feeling. It also deals with the home life. It deals with our emotions, like I said, the roots, your family, self-care, the foundation of who you are. Can deal with the mother, the children, women, femininity, Cancer energy. It's definitely like you get a lot of fourth house. You get a lot of people who want to chill at home, want to have a family, want a vacation. It's almost like they don't really want to go to work. They don't really want to, they just want to be comfy and like lay around in their blanket all day, you know? Or, go on vacations. Fourth housers are the best vacationers because they just always know how to be comfortable. You'll always find like people with Cancer and like fourth house placements, or even Taurus placements, these people just know how to take care of themselves and have comfort in their life. But more importantly, as we talked about Cancer, it is this inner dialogue of emotion with yourself. It's more about that ego that nobody else sees. It's not the ego that you show. The first house would almost be like your appearance of this ego you show. The fourth house is hidden away. This is the ego that only you see. It's the life that's going through your eyes. Not everybody sees what your home life is like. Not everybody sees what your family life was like. Just the people close to you in that situation. Nobody's going to know what your emotions are. You can try and explain them, but we'll never know exactly how another human's feeling. It's all unique to us. So the fourth house is very about you and what you're feeling and your family and your emotions, and learning how to, be responsible in the long run for these feelings in life, and realizing that we all go through emotional waves at some point in life. This is the fourth house. Things take place there. It can definitely deal with the mother, but in today's world, it's not always that way. Sometimes you can get, you know, just who was your caretaker in some ways. And the 10th house comes back to that too. It says it represents, men and fathers. Can be true, but I mean, I can go into my 10th house life up there and say that, men and fathers weren't a very big part of my life growing up. But I also have my sun conjunct Neptune and Saturn. So maybe that's why my experience differed. But it's the primary caretakers, to really like put it into perspective. But it can also definitely represent father or mother. You just don't want to assume that with anybody that you talk astrology with. Like, kind of ask questions, before you just jump into that. Some people are sensitive in this world, and depending on how you want to deal with that energy, you can kind of like tiptoe in with things like, you know, your father wasn't there, or some people won't care, and you can say that kind of thing. But back to the fourth house, it is these deep emotions, these hidden feelings. It's about how you deal with everything nobody else sees, and how you take care of yourself. So usually you feel better when you're taking care of yourself. Usually you feel better when you're comfortable. Usually you feel better when you are around people you love, or your home life's good. Fourth house definitely does also rule. It's the personal life. Again, not so much about these careers or these achievements or these societal things or what people are going through. It's your personal life and how connected you are to that personal life. And do you feel rooted in it? And do you feel like it has this deep, it's the foundation of you, the fourth house, right? The foundation of the chart. Foundation. So we come to the fifth house, we get into Leo energy, fixed, succedent, romance, love, affairs, play, creativity, fertility, childlike spirit, joy, self-expression, drama. The fifth house is great. It's a great place. There's a lot of really nice things there, but it is also where you get people who feel, a little bit more superior to other people. They feel like maybe they're special. Maybe they're just focused on themselves, because the fifth house is also like, it's the true creative self-expression of your ego. So depending on how that ego is, you can see someone with fifth house placements that is using it in a very loving, fun, playful, manner, or, love affairs. Oh, maybe they're just some, gigolo, or, whatever out there, just getting romance everywhere. It's also, like I said, the play, creativity. It's really about a very creative self-expression from the heart. It's a lot of heart energy, which can be used, in a good way or a bad way. But fifth house people are usually fun. They're usually somebody that you want to be around, because they're coming from the heart, and they're creative, and they're putting their energy into things that are very creative, because they know they're good. They know they're strong, and they know who they are. So there's a very strong self-expression with the fifth house, and it can also bring a lot of drama. So you might get some drama kings and drama queens if you have heavy fifth house placements. You know, they can want, things to be all about them a little bit. It's like a blown up first house, because it knows who it is now, and it also knows how it feels and what it wants and the foundation of itself. And it really does create life based on that, which can be beautiful because it can bring in so much play, fun, romance, love. You know, it also deals with children. So yeah, the fifth house is a good time. But it also has to learn that everybody's special. It's not just like you're not the only special one, fifth houser. There's other people in this world, you know. So it's also learning the polarities, right? Which would be 11th house or Leo Aquarius. Is always important. If you get people with fifth house placements, they can be extremely talented musicians. They're artists. They can be so creative. They can be, you know, fantastic like lovers. They can just be people who are living life in their best life. They're having fun. They're hopefully creating the right kind of drama in their life and just being themselves. And I think that's one thing you can expect from fifth house placements is that they're going to use that energy authentically, whatever that is. Some people might not like it, some people might like it, but it's going to be an authentic self-expression of at least wherever they're at in their life and what that foundation up until that point is. But it can show a lot about fertility, children, where you'll find love in your life, but also where you just learn to let loose and have some fun and play. It's definitely like, it reminds me of like teenager energy. If these are like very youthful over there in the first quadrant, then this next quadrant is definitely um, like teenager energy to me. So it's like, think about like when you're a teenager in high school and you get like that first crush, like the first like real like romance and the first like love, right? That's very like fifth house to me. Like, oh my gosh, I'm so into this person. I don't even know what love is yet, but this must be love. So the sixth house is Virgo energy. It is health, routine, because they put routine over here in the second house for this chart. Routine to me is definitely sixth house Virgo. Health, fitness, systems, analytical, very analytical, deals with pets, work habits, organization, sense of usefulness, and service. It's definitely the house of service too. It's also the house of it. There's a humbling that comes with the sixth house. In the fifth house, we get so hyper focused on our creative self, on our just what we want to do and how we're going to do it and how we're going to have fun. The sixth house is this like reminder that we have to like humble ourselves, and it can't be all about us. We have to be able to, you know, figure out ways to give, you know, to be of service, to be helpful, right? Virgo is the harvest. So it kind of gets more serious. It's almost like graduation in high school. If we go through high school here, sixth house is almost like, okay, I graduated. Now what am I going to do with what I learned? But I think health is a big one with the sixth house. Last time I had Mars go through my sixth house, I got sick. You know, kind of just funny, you know, coincidence or synchronicity, right? But it is like dealing with your body, your health, your day-to-day life. It's reality. It's like the mundane in some ways. It's like, what is your day-to-day life and reality and what that looks like? And it's a, you know, cadent or mutable house. So this changes. We don't keep the same routine forever. We change up our routines. We analyze our life and our surroundings and what we're doing in our bodies, and we make changes. So it's also in the sixth house where you realize that nothing's perfect. You can get as analytical and critical and hyper focused on everything you want, but then you get humbled because you realize that perfection is momentarily based and it doesn't last forever. But it's also a great place where you find doctors and, you know, healers and people who really just want to help people. They want to heal people. They want to be of service because it's a sense of usefulness to provide that to the collective, because you're not so much worried about yourself like fifth housers or, you know, first or even fourth or second. There's something about that sixth house that is this final kind of switch up before we come into these, you know, outer personal houses, more of these like, you know, societal kind of like other the other up here. So it's like this first, it's like where it meets this realization that, oh, wow, like, yeah, I can do all these things by myself and I want to have fun. And, there's love and romance. Yeah. But like, well, am I being useful? Am I taking life serious? Am I taking my reality serious right now? So that's where we get sixth house. People with a lot of sixth house placements can definitely be very critical. They can be, extremely smart. They can have a laser like mind, but sometimes it can, be to their detriment. Sometimes they can, overthink things way too much and expect and demand this high perfection, or, think that other people are, not living up to the standard of what their life should be. So it's also learning that, you gotta stop judging. The sixth house can be a little judgy. Oh, you don't drink green smoothies when you wake up, you're not spiritual. You know, it's like, yeah, have your health, have your thing, have your routine. But again, this is where everybody, because this is more of the personal stuff, everybody has their own health, their own body, their own day-to-day life. And how can we be of service and be helpful to everybody else, knowing that nothing's going to be perfect forever? Maybe for moments, there can be moments of feelings of perfection or understanding, like, oh yeah, this is perfect in the moment, but it changes. But yeah, service, health, fitness definitely can deal with pets. You can actually start to see too where like you can get relatives, right? Like aunts, uncles. That makes like a smiley face in this area. In the sixth house, which is something I might teach, which is called house stepping. But if you think about like your family in the fourth house, well, what's the second house? The fifth house. What's the third house? Boom. So that would be your family's brothers and sisters and siblings in the sixth. So we'll maybe touch on that. That's getting pretty advanced pretty quick, but you can start to see where different things can play out. The seventh house, oh, boom, we just came up into the other people. This definitely brings up relationships. It's Libra energy. I don't deal with marriage. To me, belongs in the eighth house because it is the bond, and marriage involves sex. So to me, marriage is very eighth house because it's like we are bonding, we're putting the ring on, I'm committed fully to you. Relationships is very seventh house. Dating is very seventh house. It does deal with contracts. It can deal with law. It can deal with the courts. It's, partners, business partners. It's equality, sharing, and interpersonal style. It's learning how to relate. When you get people with a lot of seventh house placements, like these people are here to do relationships. They have a lot of relationships. If you're dating someone with a seventh house sun and that relationship ends, well, you better believe they got another relationship lined up. Like it just is that way. It's not that they're, just some player or didn't care about you. They probably cared a lot, but there's something about relation. They just have to do relationships, or they're learning that they really need to do relationships because it's where they learn a lot about themselves. It is the furthest sign from the first house with that opposition. So it's through relationships and making partnerships and making contracts and going back and forth and finding what's equal in life, and by sharing, that you find yourself if you have a lot of seventh house placements. It's interesting how the other person can teach you so much about yourself, but then you also have to really learn like what's yours and what's not yours, and how to, decide that and make those choices, because there are choices and decisions that come with the seventh house too. You can't just have a business partnership with anybody. You better start a business partnership or a relationship with someone that really, fits into your life as well, like fits into your identity. So you can get a lot of like, codependent energy in the seventh house too. And it's not a bad thing. It's just that's how they learn to find their own dependence in life, is through relationships and the right ones. So also deals with courts. I had a seventh house perfection year, and it can deal with divorce and like different aspects like that. So I got divorced in a seventh house perfection year, ironically enough. You know, oh, you're gonna have a great relationship year. Yeah, no, it ended. It ended. As we come into the eighth house, we're dealing with Scorpio energy. We're dealing with, of course, merging, sex, intimacy, desires. This is where you start sharing bank accounts. That's why marriage doesn't belong in the seventh house to me. It definitely is eighth house. And I'll stand by that. When you start sharing your bank account with someone, you don't just share your bank account with someone you're dating. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like marriage stuff. It deals with taxes. It is like really the house of like death, sex, and rock and roll, baby. No, and like taboo. Oh, and taxes, loans, playing the markets, crypto, stocks. These are very eighth house things. Joint ventures, joint property. It can deal with goals. There's an ambition to it, right? Because you desire something. It's definitely about the desire for things. It's a deep emotional desire, and it's mystery. And it does deal with partners' resources. So it is that taboo, right? That like mystery, the occult, the hidden. Like it is a very hidden place. It's always trying to investigate. Eighth house is going deeper and deeper and deeper. It does deal with trust too. So you'll see like, you know, you got to get in. You got to learn to show people with eighth house placements that, you're trustworthy. So it takes some time to get into those intimate places or to get to sex, depending on the person. Like it just like how do you get trusted? How do you get in? But it deals with these deep desires, right? So it's where you want something so bad, and maybe or maybe not you can get it, because it deals with power in the eighth house, but it also deals with powerlessness. And it is the house of transformation, because that's the biggest, life transformation there is when we go from life to death, that cycle. And sometimes we can feel like a piece of us has died off at times in life so that we could evolve and start a new chapter, start new desires, new passions. What do we really, want? Inheritances, trust funds. Maybe somebody with a lot of eighth house placements could, have a trust. They could be good with markets. It's funny too. I know a lot of people with eighth house placements. I mean, this is honestly, the eighth house is where you get like your strippers, your drug dealers, OnlyFans chicks. Like you can get a lot of, or dudes that just want to have sex all the time. It deals with where people can be manipulative too, because they know what they want. They know what they want and they know how to get it. So they will use you to get what they want. Strippers want money. They get you in there and they use their bodies to get your money in, and they send you away. This is eighth house stuff, but it is the taboo and it is the hidden stuff. And it also deals with, the privates, right? And that's why it's intimacy and sex. It's the merge. So it is where we desire to be locked and loaded with someone, fully committed emotionally, but also where we can just want to take what we can get and, use our power for whatever that is, to make money, to get the things we want. Also brings very mysterious energy too, of like, wow, people with a lot of eighth house, they probably have a lot of depth, a lot of depth. Coming to the ninth house, we get travel. It is very Sagittarian, of course. Travel, wisdom, philosophy, higher education, law and religion, cross-cultural relations, learning, ethics. It is the great expanse in the ninth house. There's so much that goes on in the ninth house. It is really a higher perspective. It's the opposite of the third house. It's not so much about these analytical truths as it is about this one big philosophy and belief in this truth. So it deals with beliefs in the ninth house, the story that you create for yourself. It can deal with colleges too, of course, and like higher educations, but it can also deal with like a higher natural education or a higher education with a belief or a religion, or astrology, if you will. It's definitely like intuitively going and learning more about something that you want to expand on and grow on. And it could be something that really took in, or some mystery that you found in the eighth house. You get ninth house, and it's like, oh yeah. But there's a natural wisdom to it, and there's a jovialness to the ninth house. You get people with a lot of ninth house placements. They're usually, again, kind of like fifth house. They're kind of just happy. They're jovial. They can be know-it-alls. There's definitely big time know-it-all energy with that. But there's something fun too about just having bigger beliefs or bigger perspectives, and then wanting to go on that adventure or try things out, because it's, back into that cadent area, that mutable area. So it's always kind of changing. Like philosophies can change. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Depends on your philosophy of life. New information can present itself, and then, oh, I'm going to change my belief on that because this showed up. So there's a dogmatic energy to the ninth house where people can be like overly, this is the way, I know, I have it all figured out, I have all the wisdom, I'm the guru. But it's like, you probably do have it all, but again, remember that everybody has got their own subjective mind and own subjective truth. So let people have it. Keep your belief, keep your philosophy, let other people have theirs. But it is also dealing with the world and foreigners. So you get a lot of like, foreign energy. Maybe you're in ninth house perfection year, and you meet a foreigner somewhere, you go travel, to another faraway place that you've never been and go on a journey. There's a lot of different ways to look at it. Or ninth house placements too are just, the sun especially really likes to be in the ninth house. It gets to just have freedom to really take in all there is. There's so much. The ninth house is hard to narrow down to just these certain things, because if you think about, Sagittarius or Jupiter, there's just so much to it. There's so much truth to reality, to life, to the cosmos. There's so many different religions to learn about. There's so many things to higher educate yourself for. It's like it's infinite. But, it can be a little bit too much too. It can feel like, gosh, I want to learn all these things, but I don't have time. I don't have time to learn all of this. So it's also about, figuring out how to point your truth in one direction, or to go after one thing in life, like the Sagittarius, archer pointing its arrow, like, point your arrow, go to this destination and then to another destination. You can't go to both at once. You're only one person. Just focus in on this higher learning for this one thing. Get really good at that, instead of maybe jumping around and like getting lost. Yeah, definitely does deal with learning. It's very intuitive in the ninth house. Ninth house placements will definitely have a natural feel that they're just getting information maybe that other people don't have. They can feel like they just know without actually putting in the work and knowing too. It's very interesting. It's pretty amazing. But not being too preacher like with it, I think can go a long way for people with that. Learning how to really communicate it in a way that makes sense too. So it's like, wow, these downloads are coming in, but are you able to express and like communicate these downloads? That's important too. 10th house is Capricorn energy. 10th house does deal, it is, crosses into the MC here. And that's where we get career stuff, long-term goals, structure, status, reputation, the public image. It could be masculinity, men, fathers, experts, fame. It is about your image in society, who you are. It's really the top of the chart. So it's like, if you think about it, right? Capricorn, the top of the mountain, it makes sense. Like there's something about 10th house Capricorn energy that is here to achieve something. It's about your achievements. It deals with responsibilities. So you can really think like, yeah, like I have a lot of responsibility in this area of my life. I need to do this more. Like I need to take on more. I need to be strong here. I need to be, an expert here, and then you can get fame at the end. Now, whatever fame is to you, I mean, it depends on what society you live in. The 10th house is definitely correlated to society. So depending on anybody's society they're a part of, I use this example a lot, but fame in Africa is a lot different than fame in the United States. It's just a completely different culture, completely different society. So it's not really, it just depends on where you're placed. But is it all about fame? Right? You know, people can get so locked in on fame, but do they have a personal life? Do they have a family? Do they feel like they have roots? Are they taking care of themselves? Or are they just living this public image life and not putting any dedication into, you know, their own maybe self-hygiene, maybe taking care of, you know, their kids. Maybe they just put their kids that just take care of my kids for me. Um, so, you know, when you get people with a lot of 10th house placements too, you definitely get people who are dedicated. They want to make things happen. Sorry, I have some guests. um, dedicated, long term, will commit. These people are usually on time. They're usually going to show up. They didn't, you know, they didn't just come for fun. There's a mission with 10th housers too, and they're not the best vacationers. 10th housers, you know, where Cancer's energy, 4th house, these people can vacation like, you know, Gracias. Um, they can vacation. 10th housers will go on a vacation and they'll pull out their laptop and start working. Thank you. They'll pull out, they'll start doing something. They, you know, oh, but I have these, you know, this thing, I have this responsibility. I can't just take the day fully off. Like, let me just check my email for a little bit, you know, let me just get a little bit of this out. Oh, I got to stay up on my social media for a second, you know? So these people are very busy people in the 10th house. They're always up to something because they came here to do things. They came here to achieve things and they got to get it done. Eventually, it takes time though. The 10th house is the house of time. 10th house doesn't just, I'm famous. No, it's the long road to people recognizing you and getting that public recognition and reputation, right? You have to build that. You have to earn it. It's the house of earning it. It's achievements. You don't just get them handed to you. Capricorn 10th house is trophies. It's not, and it ain't, I'm sorry, I hate to break it to people. It ain't just a participation trophy. It's an accolade. It's you earned it, you achieved it, you did it, you reached this. Here's your medal, here's your trophy, here's your fame, here's your recognition. Because you took on the responsibilities and you handled your business. And it can deal with the fathers too. It's the people, like it says fathers there, but I say it can be anybody, but it's like, who was the breadwinner in your family? Right? Like it could have been your mom, it could have been your dad. That's the 10th house, you know, kind of energy that was caretaking in your life. Like this is kind of old school with the fathers, like, oh, the father was making the money. Not always the case these days. Women kill it these days. So who's, you know, out there with their career and, you know, who was bringing in the money, whether they were there or not. Maybe they weren't in your personal life in the 10th house. Maybe they were too busy getting stuff done. And the other parent, hopefully, or somebody in your life was, you know, there for the roots and the emotional connection and the personal life. Mhm. The 11th house, Aquarius energy, deals with friends, groups, social awareness, humanitarianism, technology, hope, wishes, and the future. There's an idealism that comes with the 11th house, like this idealistic version of society or, you know, how the collective should be. But it is, of course, the house of like friends and people. And it's this, it's society, but it's the awareness of society. It's not so much society as in the 10th house, where that's like society's, you know, pyramid, if you will, and how to get to the top of the pyramid. The 11th house is definitely more the awareness of all the different layers in society. But it also deals with the humanitarianism. It wants to like have one size fits all in a way. It wants to be, in a sense, somewhat, you know, win-win. Everybody can win here. We're all special because it's the opposite of the fifth house, you know, that Leo energy. We're all special. We can all be, you know, together and build something great. So it is this forward thinking in a humanitarian way that wants, you know, things to come together and connect fully. But it's also the house of isolation in many ways, individualism. The 11th house breaks away from the 10th house. Aquarius breaks away from Capricorn and like splits the wave. So there's something too about the 11th house where people have to really learn their individuality so that they can find their uniqueness, because you can find very brilliant, very unique people with 11th house placements, but they can be a little socially awkward because they're learning how to figure out group mentality and how to, bring all this great information they can have and how smart they can be and use it for new technology, use it for the collective in some way and for the future. The 11th house is always looking into a future. It can be present in the now, but it definitely doesn't want to go backwards. It's some sort of ideal, some sort of hope about what society can be like for everybody and how they can use their special uniqueness to rebel from the current norms. There's a rebellion, I'll be honest. The 11th house wants to do it differently and find like-minded energy that wants to do it too. Because every group, right, and every, social place in life, there's going to be something unique and different. And it's about finding people who are on a similar sort of rebellious energy in life. And it definitely does deal with technology. We can think about Uranus and how it was the first outer planet to be found. It needed a telescope. So Uranus, 11th house, Aquarius energy does rule, using a piece of equipment, technology to go into the future, to see more, to, you know, figure it out. So it could be computers too. It's definitely techie, definitely a techie place in the 11th house. Very smart though, wants to understand people and wants to make things kind of work for everybody. The 12th house comes into Pisces energy. It closes things out. It's cadent, it's changing, it's endings, it's healing, usually very spiritual healings. It's closure, definitely spirituality. It's by far, this is like the 9th house is kind of like the house of like God and like a religious aspect, but it can also be, spirituality in the universe kind of thing. The 12th house really is spirituality or bust in many ways, because sometimes things just end and cycles close and you go through healings and all you really have is like your connection to get through. And it's like being okay and having that faith. It's the house of faith. Solitude, it's the house of karma, can deal with old age, afterlife, the things that are hidden. It's a very hidden house. It can deal with hidden enemies, people that, you know, work behind the scenes. That's how like hidden it is. People with 12th house energy can just want to, maybe they'll work for a big company, but they're so behind the scenes, nobody even knows they work there. It can be limiting beliefs and it is definitely the subconscious. It can also be, addiction. It can be drugs, alcohol. It rules institutions in life, jail, hospitals, insane asylums. There's something about going into this 12th house where you can get so you can get into really bad places there that you have to get locked away to figure things out on a spiritual level. If you think about like going to jail, like you really do like get taken away and hidden away so that you can figure out what's going on inside of you. And maybe you do, maybe you don't, maybe you get institutionalized, whatever happens, happens. But it is this idea that with 12th house energy, it's really about the faith in your spirituality, learning that everything comes to an end. There's closures in life. You're doing healing. Life is a healing journey. And realizing that there's more afterlife too, and surrendering to that. And having really strong beliefs. I really look at the 12th house for people that have 12th houses. It's kind of like spirituality or bust. They'll usually live some very hard lives or have addictive, qualities in their life or have to really go through a lot of endings or just things aren't clicking right until they have faith and commit to their spirituality. And then it's like everything's fine. And then they're in their subconscious and their subconscious beings where most of us would love to get into our subconscious and know what that channel's going on there. or what are connected to past, past lives and all that Akashic energy in there. 12th housers just get in there. They're so intuitive, but it can drive them crazy at the same time. And that's where insane asylums can come into play, or there's no boundaries in the 12th house. So these people will take on emotion everywhere, from other people, from anywhere, online, whatever. And they have to learn that, they have to have boundaries for themselves, and know what's theirs and what's not theirs. People with moon in the 12th house, these people feel every little thing in the world. And that's why they're sensitive. But that sensitivity is such a great gift because they can literally feel where you might have, I don't know, a kidney issue. Oh, I feel like your kidneys need to stop maybe drinking so much. Oh, your spleen, what's going on with that? Like, oh, I mean, legit, like spiritual healers in the 12th house too. So it's such a beautiful house in many ways because it does encompass everything into one. But there's also a service element to it where it's such a high spiritual service to God or to your biggest faith, your biggest, spiritual commitment, that there's not really an ego there. It kind of dissolves that, and you just do what you're spiritually guided to do. And whatever that may be, whether it means an ending or a beginning or connection or whatever, you just have faith that every time you step forward off a precipice in life, that God's going to catch you. And the hardest part is for 12th housers is to have this thing that they don't want to take that step, and they're on this precipice and they need to go backwards, and they need to go into toxic situations that they've already done. And that's where things get real slippery. So Pisces, the fish, it's a slippery place, but it can also be a dream and magical. And these people are so intuitive and psychic, and they just have to trust the universe and trust their spiritual connection, and both see in the interconnectedness of all things. And they have all the wisdom in the world. It's a beautiful thing. But man, it can be a slippery slope to find God for these people as well. And, you'll get a lot of people with 12th house placements that have committed suicide in past lives and might do it again in this life. And don't go looking at everybody with a 12th house placement and thinking they're going to commit suicide. Like, that's not the case. I'm just saying it has that energy of like, I don't have faith. I'm just getting out, So do we have any questions on this house system? Because I'm going to go into it a little bit more, but I want to make sure that like vibed with everybody. Shit just got dark. The 12th house is a trip. It's beautiful though. I made sure to tell everybody how beautiful I think it is. The 8th house can be scary because it's where we don't have power. We feel powerlessness, and we don't have control. Like my biggest 8th house moment in my life was a big accident I got in, which woke me up spiritually in 2015. And yeah, I had no control over that car. I was going 85 on the freeway, got hit from behind, rolled 4 times instantly, hit a semi truck, rolled, spun some more. It's crazy. That's the 8th house, is you don't have power. You don't have control. It's a desire for all these things. But when the 8th house hits in that transformative way, it's showing you like, oh yeah, by the way, God's like, hey, guess what? You don't have much power actually. And I know that can be scary, but and yeah, 12th house is compassion too. So I'm glad someone put that they're sending 12th housers compassion, because the 12th house is about compassion. Yeah, I am an astrologer because of that. Straight up. It changed my whole life. I was very atheist. I didn't have like beliefs. I was just, I'm gonna go to work and do reality and whatever. I always was never vibing with religion, and I didn't even know spirituality was a thing. So it was that moment that I was like, oh my God, do I have angels? God, do I have a purpose? Like that. It was in that moment of no control, but then coming out perfectly fine, that I was like, so that's the thing with the 8th house. It can be a scary thing, but you'll come out of it on the other end like a butterfly, right? That's the mutative, transformative aspect of it. So, we don't want to be scared of these things. Saturn in the 12th is dealing with karma. That's the house of karma and the planet of karma. And the Saturn's actually at joy, they say, in the 12th house. So it likes to be there, but it's a very karmic life. But it's where you have so much spiritual authority that over time, when you've dealt with a lot of karma, because you're kind of like a super karmic being with Saturn in the 12th, where it can feel like just hard stuff, hard lessons. Am I gonna get out? Like kind of crazy. But then there's this surrender where you finally reached this point of you did all the healing and you've cleared all the karma. So Saturn in the 12th is pretty amazing because it's a karma cleanse in this life that's trying to dissolve your karma, but you have to go through it kind of expedited in the beginning. And, there's always going to be some level of karma, but eventually it does get kind of dissolved. And it's like a great karmic cleanse, Saturn in the 12th. Is there a past life house? Past lives are looked at through the south node, through Pluto, through the moon, through the planetary nodes, which I'm going to show you guys how to do that as we get into some more advanced stuff in this class. Cool. All right. What are we going to do next? I think I'm going to use the restroom real quick. My one, restroom break throughout this class. And I'll be right back. Hello. All right, I'm back. So next up for class, we're going to start looking at a chart and moving planets through signs and houses. And then I'm going to pull up some example charts of like maybe some famous people. Start looking at how to build the story. So that's what I keep talking about, right? So here's how we're going to start before we even look at the chart too, is we've covered the planets, the signs, the houses pretty in depth up to this point. So now we need to know how to, what does that mean? So the planet is like the conscious light that is like, I like to look at it as like a stage. So an astrology chart is like a stage. The planet is the light that's shining and illuminating the stage. It is the consciousness of the stage. The house is the actual set. So like first house is the set. Second house, it's the stage. It's like actually like that point that you're on, that you're in. So there's a consciousness shining through a sign, which a sign would be like a lens filter. And through whatever sign that planet is filtering through projects onto the stage and onto this set, which is the house system. So that's how you can kind of like see that, like, oh, okay, the 10th house is like actually physically like what what do I want to achieve? What do I want to go after? The 4th house is actually what your home life is like. But if you have Cancer in your chart, and you have Mercury in Cancer, you think through an emotional filter, through a filter of like understanding your emotion, and then how does that play out in a certain place in your life. So hopefully that's helpful. Sorry, my camera's in the way of that chat. So I just wanted to kind of see if that made sense. All right, so if we look at this chart here on Astro Gold, and let's see, let's start with the sun. Let me get this set up how I like it for this. Boom, the sun. Now I want my house system to be 0 Aries. Boom. Now months. Cool. So if we look at the sun in this chart with nothing on it, so we can isolate this sun, what am I playing on? This is Astro Gold. This is an app for your phone or for your iPad. It's not very much. I forget how much it is, but I think it's only like 20 bucks or something. And for an app on your phone, it's thebomb.com for astrology. Now on your Mac or your PC, it's Astro Gold or Solar Fire. Those are my two top choices for software, but they're pricey. I think it was $350 for Solar Fire, and I think Astro Gold's right about the same, like about 350 bucks. So, getting into the software gets expensive. I am going to show people how to run charts on astro.com. For anybody who doesn't know, astro.com is the bomb.com for astrology. You can do so much. There's, of course, a bunch of other ways to run a chart, but those are the ones that I use. So that's what I'm going to teach. So we look at the sun. What is the sun, right? Well, it's our creative self-expression. It's our fuel, it's our light. It's where we want to really this is your soul's way to express itself, is the sun. So if you have your sun in Aries, in the first house, this is a soul that wants to really take initiative to learn who it is. It wants to find how powerful it is. It wants to know who it is. This person's going to probably be pretty like, they're going to know what they want. They're going to be able to make decisions for themselves. And, they could be a little stubborn or a little self-centered, but I mean, these are people that are going to be feisty too. They're going to be fiery. They're going to be maybe, a little hot-headed. But they're going to find out who they are, and they're going to be people who, empower themselves and define life. Just, learning that opposite of other people is important for them too. If we get the sun coming into Taurus, well, it's the same conscious light of self-expression, the fuel for your soul, that, really like illumination of why you're here. Do your sun sign. You'll make things happen if you do your sun sign, and, by house and sign. But if we look at Taurus, like a sun in Taurus is all about value and self-worth and, touch and feel and sensuality. The second house is definitely about sensuality as well, and so is Taurus. So there's all these physical senses that are so important to somebody with a sun in Taurus, and they want to, take their time. Taurus is slow. Remember the bull, like, take your time. Do things that are really worth your time. Do things that are really of value. And let's take it off 0 Aries so I can play around a little bit more. I thought I wanted it there, but I don't. So now we'll look at the sun here. It's Taurus 8th house, right? Well, again, we talked about some sun in Taurus, this self-expression of value, self-worth, feeling confident, knowing the things that it wants, feeling that sensuality to life. What is the 8th house? What area of life is that? That's how you, get intimate with people. That's how you get into your deepest desires. So the deepest desires are actually about physicality for a sun in Taurus in the 8th house. Like, that is some extremely sensual energy, and, probably pretty intimate energy as well. But it can definitely be someone who, takes a while to trust or let people in, because the 8th house can deal with, also a fear of intimacy. So it's not like everybody with 8th house placements are just like, let's fuck, you know? It's like they're learning that that's part of life, is the merge between two souls, is when people come together. And like, that can be through partnership, that can be through sex, that can be through, you know, shared resources in some ways, business partnerships. I mean, a lot of that can come through. It's like 8th housers are definitely here to learn to trust other people as well. But they can be great manipulators. Like Taurus, 8th house, these people could know how to manipulate people to get anything they want in the world, any manifestation they could ever want. If they value something in life and they want it, oh, this a sun there, like, they'll just be themselves in a way that expresses their value and their body and their sensuality, and they'll get whatever they want, in theory. But it's how you kind of look at that. We'll change the time. So if we get a sun in Gemini, and we'll put it in the 10th house, well, you have a sun here that is looking for excitement. It's looking for change. It's fast. It's learning. It wants to find stimulation, communication, but maybe through its career. Maybe this is a public speaker. This is somebody who has a strong sense of, I need to share my message and illuminate my truth for society, for the world, for the business I work at. Like, I need to be a voice for my business, or I need to, be stimulated with what I'm being responsible for. I need to be, constantly like in it, or I don't want to dedicate. Like, I'm not going to commit to something if it's not keeping my mental interest. Like Sun, Gemini, 10th house, it's going to want to be constantly stimulated with what it's trying to achieve and go after in life. It's not just going to want to be boring or bland or quiet. Like there's a message that has to be shown to everybody. And maybe, it doesn't always go that way. There's other factors that go into reading a chart, but these are just some examples we're going through, of course. Cancer, seventh house. That would be somebody who really wants to find this soul is learning how to illuminate its emotions, how to find security and comfort in life, how to have a personal life, how to take care of themselves, how to take care of others, to be nurturing, to be sensitive, to be compassionate. In the seventh house, this is about relationships. So this person is compassionate and emotional and wants to be in relationships and find relationships that are emotional. They're going to go in and, they're going to want to figure out like, well, if I go through the extremes of partnership and people, like maybe somebody can get through my shell as a Cancer and get into that creamy center, that good, the crab meat, so there's going to be a lot of relationships, but, maybe about really looking for family, maybe about really looking for somebody that, they can build a home with. So relationships take on a more, emotional connection. Like if Cancer in the seventh, with a sun there, like these people are not going to illuminate themselves well if they can't express themselves to other people emotionally. If they're dating somebody that isn't, emotionally available, it's not going to feel comfortable for a sun, for a Cancer sun in the seventh, you know? Mm, Hours. Let's do Leo in the fourth. Why not? A sun in Leo, right, is that super creative, dignified sun, self-expression. Leos just put themselves out there. They usually are not ones to hold back. They're going to do their thing. They are just here to shine and take the attention and soak it up. And they want the drama and they're very stimulated and playful and looking for fun. In the fourth house, this is somebody that wants their home life to be fun and loving. That's what they're trying to illuminate and maybe create for themselves. Maybe they weren't born into it, but they want to create a foundation of self-love, to create a foundation and stability from within that their ego is illuminating an emotion of love to themselves, especially, but to the people in their immediate home or in their life or their family, or they desire to have a loving home or a loving family, so it's about finding that too. Do Virgo. Do Virgo in the 11th for fun. Virgo in the 11th house. Super analytical, very put together, to the point. Things got to be it's like looking for perfection, But is it just looking for perfect friend groups or this perfect ideal of the future? Or is it somebody who's revolutionizing the way that the routine of the collective could be, or humanity, or how to revolutionize medicine in some way that is better for everybody and, not so mainstream? This could be somebody that's really trying to just help society in some ways, be of service to the collective. This could be one of the most selfless people ever, just here to be of service to the collective and forward the progress by being part of the collective and by being a helpful resource in life. Maybe honestly, a Virgo sun in the 11th would probably be like some doctor that came up with the cure for cancer, you know? Like that's got genius kind of vibes to it, right? Virgo's Mercury, very smart. So we have this sun that's trying to illuminate this analytical quickness and this precision and attention to detail about what the collective needs for healing, what the collective needs for medicine or for health, or, different areas of life that are, in need of service. Libra to Libra in the third. A sun in Libra in the third house would be all about the expression of beauty and harmony and like nice things and how to communicate to others. This person would be such a talker. They would want to talk to everybody. They would be all about the people in their lives. They would be all about sharing and finding, some sort of balance through debate. They would probably be in debate club, in all honesty. In high school, they would have been like, I'm just going to do debate club. Like, yeah, I like that. Mediator of siblings. This is somebody that would naturally be a great, a mediator. This is somebody who could be, some kind of a counselor, maybe a relationship counselor. Like it's this creative consciousness of a soul that's going through relationships and other people, but also how to communicate what relationships are, how to communicate, how to relate, how to understand relationships. So in their immediate life, they're doing a lot of relationships. This person probably would be they would have a lot of relationships in their life. Maybe quick ones, learn them quick. But it would definitely be searching for like the right beautiful, balanced, harmonious expression with another person that it could possibly have. And it would probably be a very mentally stimulated person. Scorpio, 12th house, like good old Joe Biden. Crazy dogs. Right? So we have this 12th house Scorpio sun. So it's this Scorpio sun that's looking for depth and transformation. It's a transformer in many ways. It's looking to osmosisize and take in and make, big, powerful inner moves and have a lot of desires, But in the 12th house, I mean, hopefully these are like connected to faith, spirituality, not too dark and occult, because when you get this Scorpio too, that could be this very kind of darker presence or edgier presence or occult presence, or always looking to be this investigator of mystery. Like hopefully it's going into the right things and not, some serial killer vibe here. you know, but it could be, this great soul that has a lot of power actually, of going deep into the occult of spiritual knowledge, of spiritual power, and being of service, because the 12th house is of service too. So how can you serve God with a Scorpio sun? It would by being an intense and powerful and, force of creative potential, but not in a way of ego in the 12th, but in a way of service to show people that it's okay to have sex with Scorpio. It's okay to be intimate. It's okay to have desires, but are your desires from a higher place, or are they just from an ego? I would say is a good way to ask that question. We got Sagittarius. Where should we put Sag? We'll put Sag in the ninth just for fun. Well, a Sag sun in the ninth house. This is somebody that would, I think, have a big quest for freedom in their life. They would want to be able to expand and do what they want to do, to learn what they want to learn, to go where they want to go. This is somebody probably wouldn't want to be held down. They'd probably have a lot of desire to learn and experience and do just so many different things, travel the world, learn about religion, When you think about that expression of Sagittarius, like they would have a lot of wisdom. They would have this like natural knowing, intuitive knowing, feeling like, oh, wow, I'm getting all this, special kind of information in some ways. And then, also could be very preachy about it. Could be very matter of fact, or this is the only way. Could be someone that definitely got into religion or became a preacher in many ways, to be honest, but not always. There's no other factors in this chart. It's just the sun, right? So we kind of get to make up whatever we want it to be. This could be the great vagabond that wanted to travel the world by foot, run across the United States like Forrest Gump. Someone that might be very athletic, somebody that might want to be in the Olympics, you know, higher knowledge. This could be someone too that wants to express themselves by becoming a teacher at a college and having a prestigious university career. So it doubles up when you get like Aries rising and you get the sun in Sagittarius, but also in the ninth house where it doubles that energy. It just makes it that much stronger. And that's why Aries is probably one of the strongest rising signs you can have, because when you have energy in that sign, it plays out twice as strong in the house. Whereas Libra is not a strong rising sign, not in the sense that it's bad, but it's the furthest away from the actual identity, right? So if Libra was on the ascendant, it's the furthest away from that. So when you get it there, it's almost like looking at other people to find an identity, right? Which I kind of talked about. That's why Aries risings can come off very powerful because they're doubled up. Sag sun in the ninth. This is somebody who is not met, like they want their freedom, especially trying the ascendant like that, which we'll get into aspects and stuff too. But, you know, yeah, this person's not, they're traveling the country, they're learning new things, they're experiencing all sorts of culture. It's definitely not going to be just staying at home chilling for their entire life. They got big things to learn and experience and go do in this life. Capricorn. Put Capricorn in the eighth. Why not? So Capricorn deals with, that energy of coming into, of course, Capricorn, which is that final fourth quadrant. It is that very kind of mature energy. So Capricorn's got that maturity to it. It's, got that dedication. It's going to be responsible. It's going to show up. It kind of wants things in order. It can be a little rigid at times with Capricorn and the sun there, but it is someone who wants to show up. They want to make things happen. They want to do things. They want to commit to important things. They want to reach somewhere in their life at some point. Ambitious people, of course, hopefully with integrity. So it is this light of accomplishment and integrity and achievement, hopefully, in the eighth house, which would be dealing with the occult, even. It could be dealing with, starting some kind of sexual business. It could be a sexual counselor. Because remember, there is that sexual energy to the eighth house. Somebody that wants to start only, they want to start a business about the things that they really desire, or they want to start a business with someone else. So it's somebody that is all really committed, but they want to share that commitment and merge that commitment with another person because they know if they merge with the right person, then they're more powerful. Or with Capricorn, it can be a serious controlling issue. And honestly, probably very sadomasochistic in a sense that it's like, ooh, too much daddy, if you will. Dirty daddy, if you will. But I think that there's also a level of Capricorn that it needs to find its structure in itself. And in the eighth house, it would have to learn to trust. And that would be really hard because I think that they would have to learn to trust themselves. And especially as a Gemini rising, it would definitely, be about learning to think quick and not get too emotionally tied up. Even though there can be a strong sense of getting emotionally committed for this Capricorn person, they would have to only commit to the things they're really passionate about because new information would present itself. And it's like, okay, I need to be an identity that's moving fast and making changes and street smart, or I'm going to get caught up in these emotional things that are eventually not going to be good for me. And they could, bring up moments of transformation through some sense of powerlessness. But I mean, great investigators. This could be someone who, they spend their whole life like they become one of the, Sherlock Holmes, straight up. Like, I'm going to find all the mysteries out and I'm going to catch who did it. And I'm going to make money. I'm going to make a lot of money doing it. Capricorn 8,000. I'm going to make all the money. I'm going to be the stock broker for everybody that wants to invest. And they're going to come to me and I'm going to hold their money and I'm going to trade their money and we're all going to get rich. So again, a lot of ways to look at it, but these are some examples of the sun. All right, Aquarius. We will take Aquarius out of the eighth house and put Aquarius in the sixth house. So Aquarius, of course, always a little unique with Aquarians and Aquarius suns. They're always, it's actually my buddy's birthday, February 12th. He's a 24-degree sun. That's right where my moon's at. Just fun fact for the day. This is someone that would be very unique, but almost, maybe too rigid in the sixth house. They might express themselves in such an analytical way or expect such a high level of perfection that they might isolate themselves. They might, I mean, honestly, in Aquarius sun in the sixth house, they might think they are so smart that they don't have time for anybody and they don't want friends. And they're going to figure it out and do it on their own. And I think that that's where the sixth house would come into a humbling effect at some point in their life, where they'd realize how unique and special they are and how unique and special everybody is at some point, to where they could be, again, this would be someone that'd probably be a great doctor, someone that would probably have some crazy new invention that could make day-to-day life for everybody better. They could change, again, like health. It's kind of funny. We put Virgo in the 11th and then we put Aquarius in the 6th, but similar, because Aquarius is so, it's the observer, it's non-attached. So it's not really attached to the day-to-day life. It's kind of alienated in that sense, but there's also the act of service in the 6th. So it's like using that inventive, smart, objective mind to humble itself by being really of service to the collective. I mean, you want to talk about somebody that would maybe just, dedicate their entire life to making the collective a better place and making health better, or just the day-to-day life for people better. An Aquarius sun in the 6th could be that. They could be a lot of things, but we're just using one point, of course. But you see how you can just make stuff up with what you know? Like, this isn't somebody's chart. Like, we're just making that up, right? Because we have a sun in Aquarius, and it's like, oh, Aquarius, kind of, rebellious, unique, edgy, all these different things. Like, could be a little isolated, could be a little, could be kind of an alien, weird, but Aquarius is the cool type of weird that like everybody's attracted to. And then how does that present itself on stage? Because it's the conscious light through the sign of Aquarius on the stage of the 6th house, which is your day-to-day life. So it's like living your day-to-day and your routine in a way that is inventive and unique and weird. But that's where it's interesting too, because this Virgo rising in this chart would be wanting to kind of get things structured, wanting to get things in order. It wouldn't be so, it wants to build an identification of life and a persona, if you will, on life that is definitely coming off smart and put together and helpful. So it's a good mix, actually, I think, too, because the stage would be that day-to-day life, health, routine, but it could be weird too. It could be like, what are you doing on a daily basis? You're going, what are you, every day you wake up, you crack an egg on your forehead and you let it drip down your face into a blender and make a smoothie with that and oatmeal. And then you go to work where? You work at SpongeBob Theater? Okay. Then what do you do after that? Oh, and then I, leave and go play golf with my friends every day. And that's my day. Like, what? Who are you? What planet did you come from? So you can make stuff up with this stuff, especially when it's not someone's chart. But that's how you can be creative when you look at a chart too. So, you know, I want people to also realize that you don't have to be too rigid. Like, try to make things up, or don't assume anything necessarily. Ask questions, but you might find that your intuition has you ask a question that might be spot on, and that's where like the gold's at. We'll do Pisces in the 7th. Why not? So Pisces sun, this is a sun. It's a very sensitive life. Pisces are very sensitive. Pisces are they have a lot of wisdom, of course. They have a lot of compassion. They're all things put into one. They're slippery. But the illumination would be to have a great faith and to use their great wisdom for a purpose that's not so much based around the ego, but using the ego as a vehicle for God. It's like a very high vibration of a Pisces sun, but it can be a little chaotic. Pisces suns can be all over the place. Remember, if Virgo is control or order, if you will, then Pisces is chaos. It's just that axis. So Pisces could be a little chaotic, right? An expression of chaos, or all these different mutable things in life and all these different emotions and all these different sensitivities and all these different feelings. But those feelings actually get you closer to God. And then you're able to have that connectedness of all things as a Pisces sun. I mean, these are such intuitive people. They take on a lot from other people. And that's like the biggest thing, is realizing that not everything they feel is theirs. So learning some boundary, or how to, not absorb everybody's energy, because it'll make you have like, take you on emotional roller coaster and have you wondering like, why do I feel this way? But hyper intuitive, of course. And in the 7th house, this would be, a very sensitive, compassionate soul that's here to do relationships. You know, this is somebody that would want to be, careful with relationships, though. Where I put Cancer there, Cancer's like, oh yeah, want to build a home around emotion. I mean, Pisces is a little different with the 7th house sun. This is, they probably would have like a lot of heartbreaks in life, a lot of emotional like upheaval because of endings, because Pisces is endings as well. It's where everything ends and culminates, but also recycles back to the universe. But you would need compassionate relationships, sensitive relationships, relationships that were built around unconditional love, maybe a spiritual, relationship, a dreamy relationship, you know, someone that can daydream with you, but also if you have that Virgo rising, like, remember to come back to reality every now and then. All right, let's see what see what I can do here. Hopefully that helped people a little bit, just to see, like, I want to lick the cod. What a funny comment. You guys are hilarious. Chat is out of control. I love it. My Astro login, or we'll go to astro.com later. Let's see. This might be fun. So maybe we'll look at like some celebrity astro charts with, like, we'll go through Sun in Aries, and we'll see too. I know that you can find people with, like, you can do searches for Mars in Aries or Mars in Libra. And I don't know. It's interesting with, like, actors and actresses and stuff, because, like, we think we know who they are, right? Because they have this 10th house public persona, but how much do we really know? People with Sun in Aries, Matthew Broderick, William Shatner. Wow, there's a lot of people in this database. I don't know. I don't like this site. All right. Oh, aspects. I guess we can just do something like this. All right. Just Sun Moon. Is it this site that gives you? There is a site on here where you can, like, I haven't looked at it in a while. Celebrities with autism, HIV, ADHD. Jesus. Celebrities with, we'll start with, we did a little bit on the sun and, like, learning, like, how to look at it in a house and in a position in a chart. So we'll go to the moon next. Let's see. I really want to find this. Oh, there we go. So we can do like moon in Aries people. This is a little bit better. But that's the guy from that show was cool. Travis Fimmel. It was the motorcycle show, Sons of Anarchy. He's got a moon in Aries. So moon in Aries people, I mean, these are going to be very emotionally straightforward, very driven by their emotion. They're going to make personal decisions based off the impulsive emotion they feel. So they're very impulsive people. Like Kevin Spacey. Like it's that emotion of the moon and the personal life and the inner workings that are getting shot through this filter of Aries. It's just a rush, warrior energy. Like these are people that are tough. They're emotional warriors, right? They're going to have, fierce emotions, which isn't, a bad thing. They're just going to tell it how it is too. They feel it. They're not going to be afraid to identify with what they're feeling. They'll be straightforward. Aries is very to the point, simple. Find someone like that I would think is interesting on here. Apparently, I don't think a lot of stars are that interesting. Come on, how about someone like good that we can all like be like, oh yeah, Guy Ritchie, Danny McBride. Perfect example of a moon in Aries. If you ever watch Eastbound and Down or any of the stuff that Danny McBride's done, like he just comes off. It's always like his way or the highway. It's like he always comes off very selfish as an actor. But maybe he's like that in, his personal life too with a moon in Aries. He's also a Capricorn sun and he has looks like he doesn't have him in square because he's born just 2 days before me, actually, December 29th. So he's an 8-degree sun with what looks like a 28-degree, 27-degree Aries moon. So he's working on Pluto squares with his moon right now. But again, this is this like very like blunt. I am this way on the inside, and this is how I'm gonna. It's not scared. Like the moon in Aries is definitely not fearful of putting itself out there emotionally in its instinctual way. It's not necessarily that Aries is thinking about it, it's just doing it. So when something clicks internally, it just does. We look at Venus and Aquarius. Venus and in sextile to that moon. Like Venus and Aquarius is someone that, if we look at the relationship to self aspect, it really needs to learn how to individuate. It really needs to learn how to find its, own freedom, how to liberate itself, how to find that connection to itself. But also, if we were looking at that in the 11th house, which this isn't like, there's no house system for this. It doesn't have a birth time, it doesn't look like. So it's just using 0 Aries as the house system. Someone who also likes to be around friends, who likes to make friends, who likes to communicate and be in groups, who, does find stimulation through the collective. But there is something about Aquarius that can be very disconnected in relationships or all in, but then also it has that 11th house energy of like multiple people, multiple relationships. So you can see like some people with Venus and Aquarius or Venus and Gemini, or even, maybe Venus and Libra, but more Venus and Aquarius and Gemini. You can get people that want to be more polyamorous, like not necessarily just committed to one person, but definitely committed to the relationship to themselves and fully connected to that over time, but seeing the value in a lot of different people, seeing the value in a lot of different, scenarios and being objective. It's kind of funny. His chart is He's so Kenny Powers. Hilarious. Mars in Sagittarius. Someone who desires to explore, who desires freedom, who desires knowledge, who desires to, kind of not to not experience things in such an intense way, but to actually experience life in a more, joyous way, to be hopeful. Mars and Sag will be, it wants to identify with like a brighter side. Like, oh, this quest isn't so bad, because the desires of Mars and Scorpio, which can come prior to that, are, much more intense, much more in it. Sag is like hopeful. So there's an identification of like freedom brings hope, and to explore these different ways to be himself. And it is in sextile, which is 60 degrees to that Venus. So, this is somebody that probably is, his chart's so much like mine. Capricorn Sun, Capricorn Mercury, Aquarius Venus, Sag Mars, kind of funny. Someone that desires freedom in relationships, someone that has a hyper fixation on his own personal life and what can bring, value to it. And it's also trine his moon, and it's also moon sextile his Venus. So there's that sextile triangle to the Venus in Aquarius. A lot of freedom aspects for him. He wants to do whatever he wants to do, and that's it. And he's not gonna just, go after anything in life if it's not having him kind of be the boss or be in control, or, make things happen, if you will. But everything kind of comes back to the fun that being yourself can bring for him, which is probably why the characters he plays in like Pineapple Express or Eastbound and Down are probably exactly who he is. He's probably not even acting. That guy's probably that way. Like maybe a little bit over the top, but I bet it's just kind of funny. Like looking at his chart, like he probably just is that guy. Whatever, dude. I'm gonna do whatever I want. I don't know if you guys ever watch Eastbound and Down. That show's hilarious, but it's so Americana in such an interesting way. But yeah, I'm not gonna do it the way everybody else is doing it. I'm not gonna look like the way everybody else is doing it. Dude rocks a mullet. Like there's a no F's given. And it kind of feeds off that moon in Aries, where he's just focused on the things that make him feel good in life. And he's just initiating based on his gut response to who he is. And, it's liberating for him to relate in a way that's authentic with what's actually going on and to not suppress that. The Capricorn Sun can be a little rigid, like, is society going to care? But it's not. And it's trine Jupiter. So the more he's like expressing his values, the more he's doing his thing and taking that emotional impulse and running with it, the more he's illuminating, great things and getting more roles and making more money and shocking people. I guess we can stay with the moon. We'll go moon in Taurus. Chris Pratt, moon in Taurus. So a moon in Taurus, of course, is where that moon's exalted. So it's a great place for the moon. The moon loves to be there. There's a sense of knowing how to take care of itself, how to find security, how to manifest, how to get nice things, how to have a life, literally, right? Taurus, second house, I have comfort, the moon, emotional stability. There's something about Taurus moons that just figure out how to get nice things. They make things happen. They get what they want. They have that bougie moon and they know their worth. And I think that it's really an inner foundation of self-worth and value that is really what shines through people with a Taurus moon. Like they're confident in themselves because they have that emotional stability and know their worth. So Chris Pratt's interesting that he's got that and it's conjunct Mars. So it's a little volatile with Mars there. This one actually has a time too. So it has a house system in the seventh house. So we're looking at a stable, solid moon that knows how to get what it wants, that knows how to create stability in its life, that knows how to take care of itself. But it's in the seventh house of relationships. So it desires this, emotional connection to other people in its life. And of course, as a Scorpio ascendant, like there's a lot of desires in him. But it's, and with Mars in Taurus, which is at detriment, conjunct that moon, it's like he's got some really actually strong, intense desires in relationships. And with Chiron in the seventh house, like that's a lot going on there. So there's wounds around his self-worth in relationships and his confidence in relationships. But at the same time, Mars is there with the moon, telling him that if he can identify with his confident side and like take things slow, and instead of being maybe just super impulsive and jumping into relationships, if he could find the relationships that are built for a longer period of time or that are more valuable to how he's actually feeling within himself, then those are like solid relationships. So he definitely desires relationships. They're very healing for him. And he'll be like a caretaker too. That moon will want to take care of people, but it needs to take care of itself too with Mars there and not like forget who it is and forget its own values as well. And looks like it's not quite square anything up in Leo. Um, I wish it had degrees. These aren't like the best charts. Like I'm looking at it and it's hard to tell when you can't see degrees, but we're just looking at, anyways, the, you know, planet in a sign in a house right now, anyways. Robert Downey Jr., moon in Taurus with Jupiter, no birth time. So we'll just pretend it's 0 Aries and it's in the second house. But that's like that would be a moon that knows exactly what its values are and it bases its home life and its personal life and its inner ego and all of that around what it can have and how it can be comfortable. It's going to do what it has to do. And with Jupiter there, it's going to amplify all these emotions of bringing stability and like, really making this life truffled and, great. It's definitely like how to make life as nice as possible, how to have as many things as I can to be comfortable. And it'll do whatever it needs to do to be comfortable. And as an Aries sun, you know, going to really take initiative and action in life to get the things that make him feel good. Because if he feels good, he's going to make things happen with Taurus moon. And Aries is not going to, it's going to be a little relentless to keep going after things to feel solid, like he has what he needs to be secure and comfortable. Jesse Smollett. I don't know any of these people. I don't know if it matters or not, but Charlie Day, why not? Moon in Gemini. Again, no birth time, but that's fine. Moon in Gemini is going to, be this, right? Personal life, emotion through analytics, through understanding, through conversating, through expression of emotion. It's going to have a lot of emotion that is changing, it's mutable, and it's changing based on the facts that present itself, like the environment. So the environment is very important for a moon in Gemini. Making sure that the environment is comfortable is everything. Making sure that like a moon in Gemini might actually be worried like what their neighbors are doing. Like, I don't feel safe with that neighbor over there. But it feels comfortable in, wanting to communicate and be intellectually stimulated and to find, some way to express itself, especially like, you know, deeper stuff, emotional stuff. Like, but it's always changing. So there can be twins too, right? With Gemini energy and a moon, like it can have one side that's really like fun and exciting, and then it can switch in Gemini and go to like, oh, actually this emotional wave came over and I'm feeling, a little, I'm feeling a little isolated. I don't really want to communicate. I just want to spend time thinking about my emotions and dealing with myself. So the flip can switch with Gemini because it's always going to bring out that kind of twin-like energy. But there's still always excitement that comes with it and stimulation that can kind of snap it back and forth. And through emotional waves and, feeling mentally, stimulated can unlock the emotions too for people with the moon in Gemini. Getting like that good conversation going is a big deal, especially if it's in the third house. Like this chart would be, because it's 0 Aries with no time, would be a moon in the third. Can be very creative though too, because when you get a moon in Gemini or Sagittarius or even Cancer and Capricorn, oftentimes they'll go out of bounds, which I'll teach you a little bit more on declinations later, but kind of takes things off the scale. They're off the ecliptic, they're out of bounds. So meaning there can be a lot of creativity there, almost like they don't have to play by the rules. Like they can just stay so stimulated in whatever it is that they can build their personal life around that, or they can use that to emotionally connect to people and be kind of off the wall. So moon and Gemini people are kind of wild cards in the sense that they can be a little radical, a little off the wall in ways that you weren't expecting, because there's that like jokester, trickster within them too. Um, and it can be very youthful and fun. So it's definitely like an exciting place, but also can be a little mentally like they can trick themselves too and get in their own head when dealing with their emotions. So it goes a lot of ways. Anyways, moon in Cancer is where it's of course dignified. The moon is at home there, so it's very strong and it's very emotional and it can be very sensitive. It can be, you know, a little, that people say, oh, it's got some crybaby energy to it, but it's also very nurturing. A moon in Cancer wants to nurture, it wants to take care of. There's a motherly instinct to a moon in Cancer. And even if you're a man, like you want to be some kind of like caretaker. You probably want to like support people or have this like there's this strong pull to have family. Um, or it can play a prominent role in your life as family, whether it's immediate family or the family you create. There's a caretaking, nurturing role to it, role to it. But it's someone that, you know, as we look at like Cancer, it's cardinal. Like this is somebody who really needs to initiate their personal life and what they feel based on the exactly that, their feelings. Like trusting that. And it's very intuitive. The moon, of course, can be very intuitive in any sign, but in Cancer, you know, where it's home, it's very strong. So there's a very strong connection to intuition. And that can be very helpful for knowing when to put the walls up or the hard exterior up and when to let things, you know, into your personal life, and how to, you know, hopefully ride the emotional wave of life in a way that's, you know, you feel like you're kind of surfing it and not just getting like pummeled by a wave. So the moon can be very strong there, but it can also be hypersensitive and so emotional. Like for this chick, Amelia Clark, who I don't know too much about, but I think she was what, in like the Hunger Games or something. Oh no, she was in Game of Thrones. Oh yeah, Daenerys. I was a big fan of her. Dragon chick. That's right. Um, like for her, she's a Libra sun, which is actually entrine to her Cancer moon because she's a 29-degree Libra. Bless you. But she might also be a 0-degree Scorpio. It's hard to tell in this chart. It's like right there on the cusp. So she's either 29 or 0 Scorpio, but it looks like that moon's at 1 Cancer. So it is in trine, whether it's Libra or Scorpio. So it's like there's definitely a strong relationship, you know, pull there. It's like harmonious when she's doing relationships or merging her energy with, you know, people she cares about or people that she wants to spend her personal time around. And it's opposite Neptune. So there can be a lot of sort of, you know, dreamy, you know, daydreaming all these different things in life, a lot of creativity, extremely sensitive. Anytime you get Neptune and the moon in aspect, it's even more sensitive. But that sensitivity is something that probably helps her go deeper into relationships or connection or family, is because she's probably feeling, you know, intuitively when she can put her guard up and when she can't, or what's balanced and what's not. And she's also a Sun Pluto conjunction. Um, so she's very deep, super deep soul that's trying to probably figure out like how to be completely herself in society and in the world. Because Neptune on the midheaven, or I guess that we don't have her time, so we don't really know. So I don't want to start making predictions, but about like what it's like, but trying to also like this this pull between reality and imagination and how to use that to help herself in relationships. And Sun's quincunx Jupiter and Jupiter in Pisces. So there's definitely a lot of spiritual wisdom, very deep soul. I would love to see her birth time and North Node Aries with a Sun in Libra with the South Node. There's a lot of emotional conflict going on here with relationships and how to feel secure with other people. And she's probably a very, very sweet person and probably very compassionate and maybe overly so. And with Saturn in Sagittarius too, she probably doesn't, you know, she's probably open to pretty much everything. And a Mars in Aquarius. She's trying to relate to everybody and use her uniqueness to figure out where her home life is and what is really going on. And she has a strong emotional pull to figure that out. And intuitive, you know, abilities can help with that a lot too. Very intuitive person. But moon in Cancer, very strong, dealing with a lot of emotions. That can be a lot to handle for people. It can be very sensitive, but it can also be someone who's very strong emotionally, very secure, knows how to find comfort, knows how to build a home, knows how to take care of people. It could, you know, very motherly energy or even fatherly if you're a man, but, you know, a caretaker for self and others. Moon in Leo. Ludicrous. Luda. Moon in Leo, they're pretty fun. These are people that want to have a good time. They want to express themselves fully. They're definitely into some drama. They definitely feel good when they're getting attention. Like attention is very important. Having the spotlight on them is very important, and they will put themselves out there to get that. Like they have this inner need to feel secure when they're being seen. So it's like the sun and the moon. Like the moon doesn't necessarily want to be seen, but Leo does. And it is like the king's home Leo and the queen is the moon in Cancer. So it's a good mix, but you really like moon and Leo, people are going to really put their emotions out there. They're going to kind of wear them on their sleeve. And that's how they're going to, create. They're going to create based on their feelings and their intuition, and it's extremely creative for that. Wants the attention though, will give a lot of attention too. They can be, love bombers. They'll bomb you with their love big time. I'm gonna pick it up and go a little faster so we have time for some more things, because this is definitely taking a while. Oh, Sun and Leo, wrong. Moon in Virgo. Yeah, Moon in Virgo. So the Moon in Virgo is going to be, I'm going to switch this up. We're switching it up. It's one of those days. Moon in Virgo. This is emotionally very practical, very put together. They're going to, they have this inner working going on of being very routine oriented, very analytical, very to the point, very, you know, looking for a lot of inner perfection in a lot of ways, finding, they want their home life to be in order. They want their personal life to be in order. There's definitely like a lot that's going on when it comes to like the sense of perfection with a Virgo moon. So, you know, it's also learning, like, again with Virgo, it's like there's not, perfect doesn't always exist. So it holds guilt over having things be such a perfect way. Brian is for sure swooning. What are you talking about? Crazy. Maybe I am. This inner need for perfection and this like validation from within. So Virgo moons hold a lot of, heaviness, and there can be a lot of guilt in Virgo. So I think the Virgo purification process is really learning, you know, to be mutable with your emotions, to be able to change things up in your life that make you feel more comfortable, to have perfection, but to know that like everything gets dust on it over time, and you got to dust it off again. So you got to dust the emotions off. You got to dust the personal life off. You got to clean your house. It is keeping the emotions in order. There's also the analytical side to it, where these people can be very emotionally intelligent. Like they can be very understanding and compassionate, and want to provide great service to people, and caretake. Virgo moons would be good nurses. You know, same with Cancer moons, of course. But there's a service element to it, and also taking care of self. I think that Moon and Virgo people will tend to like put a high emphasis on how they take care of themselves, and like make sure that their diet's right, their routine's right, they're working out, there's, keeping everything in order. Um, very not a bad place for the moon to be. It doesn't mind being there, but it is it can be really critical of itself and its personal life and its feelings, and a strong need for like perfection, which just learning that that only exists moment to moment is huge. Moon in Libra would be this inner emotional authority of doing relationships, learning about yourself through relationships, being able to express emotion to other people, going back and forth, how to connect with others on an emotional level, but also a deeper desire of just like wanting people around. I think that it's an exciting place for the moon to be in Libra because it feels comfortable around others. It wants to express itself to others. It wants to debate emotion or to, balance things out with another. So it's like, it's great for talking it out, having emotional conversations, desiring, I think, to be with people is good too. It can feel like a little emotionally codependent, feel like it has to be in relationships, feel like it's only comfortable if it is around a partner or if it is around another. But I think there's also the beauty element of Libra too, where that moon in Libra is really going to want beautiful things in its personal life, whether they're people or actual, a home or nice things like, maybe some nice art. Like there's definitely an aesthetic to Libra. So people with a moon in Libra are going to have a high aesthetic that they, you know, want to have to feel comfortable, probably within other people too. They probably want, someone that's good looking, or they want to be good looking. There's going to be that kind of like mirror effect of Venus, of like what the aesthetic is, what the appearance is. Not that people with moon in Libra are, superficial, but they can be. They want things to be pretty. Yeah, there's a value of beauty with Libra, and an emotional, comfort around beautiful things is important too. What's next? Scorpio. The moon in Scorpio is at fall position. So it's not where the moon wants to be. It's probably the least favorite place for the moon because Scorpio deals with death, and the moon deals with like motherly energy and birth and life and taking care of things and comfort. And, as humans, we're not very comfortable with the idea of death. Some of us are, some of us aren't. I would say as a collective at whole, not so much. But many people are comfortable with the cycles of life and death. But the moon gets comfortable and it gets, home, and it wants to have a family and, just be there. And all of a sudden a family member dies, and a moon in Scorpio, the moon's not comfortable there. So the moon has to, in Scorpio, learn to feel comfortable with transformation, to feel comfortable with death, to learn the deeper cycles of that sort of transformation in life and the lessons and the, psychology behind it. But a moon in Scorpio will be extremely psychic, extremely, on it. Like it's one of the most intuitive places for a moon to be, like we're talking like straight up psychic shit, like doing like witch, I'm going to cast a spell, it could be dark, but not always. Definitely not always. These people are extremely committed. They are going to want to, you know, get in relationships and hold on forever because they get comfortable. So that's also the hard part is, you know, there can be this sort of codependency for merger with another person to feel comfort and to feel kind of whole. And then there's a really hard detachment process with the moon in Scorpio. And that's the fall part of it is it doesn't want to let go. So what happens is sometimes the time's up and that situation or relationship or whatever it might be that we got comfortable in leaves, and that becomes emotionally devastating in life, where we feel like we were betrayed by somebody or abandoned, or we just didn't have control over the situation. So the moon in Scorpio, you know these people are learning to be okay with the cycles of whatever in life, the cycles that everything comes in for a certain amount of time and then leaves. Nothing lasts forever. Maybe some things will last forever in our life, but you don't know what that's going to be. It could be the relationship that goes the long haul from high school to death, but somebody in that relationship probably died first. So think about it. There's just a sense of ultimate emotional attachment and commitment in Scorpio, but it can also be a very manipulating place too, where that moon knows how to get what it wants from other people very well, and it'll attach itself to whatever it has to get what it needs. As long as it can learn that it's okay to let go, and it's okay to also be emotionally vulnerable, because there can be a wall up too with a moon in Scorpio where it doesn't want to let people in or get close to its personal side. Um, trust is very important for moon in Scorpio. Like, do you really trust people? It can take a long time to get into a place of trust. Not always. So it always depends on the person, but and once they trust you and once they let you in, like, oh boy, like you break that bond with them and they're casting spells on your ass, like straight up. So it's an intense place for the moon. Um, it can have really positive sides where you can get really in tune with your psychic abilities and you can do some amazing things intuitively. And you can be, extremely passionate and create, a lot in your life based off this strong, emotional, passionate sense of yourself and who you are and how to express that and how to, attract in energy. It can be very magnetic, a moon in Scorpio too, about attracting what it needs, whether it's partners or, what it needs to feel comfortable. It's just that might leave someday. And as long as they can know that it can leave, and it was meant to, and they graduated, and let that go emotionally and move on and have a new, rebirth moment of whatever relationship or job or, thing that they wanted or were committed to, they're good to go. But it is fall position and it is a little difficult. The moon wants to be comfortable, and it doesn't necessarily, death just isn't a comfortable thing, Sagittarius, my S's are so funny. Sagittarius. So the moon in Sag, these are definitely pretty free-spirited people. They're usually pretty funny people. They're always kind of looking for the next thing. They're very emotionally expansive. Emotions can kind of range from anything. They can go to infinity. They can always be expanding in Sagittarius, but these people, they feel comfortable traveling. They feel comfortable on the road. They feel comfortable around foreign, people or energy, or they just want to learn more. They want to take in more. There's definitely this like inner quest for more. So it's like on this bigger quest internally that is like, it brings the stimulation like in the comfortability of life. And maybe these people don't necessarily want to just have a home life at home. Maybe they want to be out and about and on the go. There's a freedom aspect too. They don't want to be controlled. Moon and Sag definitely wants to, have its own say on where it goes and what it does. It's just always trying to take in something that's going to make it feel good, or make it hopeful. I would say that these people are often extremely gifted intuitively as well, and they're receiving a lot of downloads just naturally, where it's just like a knowing, and it's learning how to express that emotional knowing and wisdom that comes through in a way that makes sense to people. So learning how to teach people in a lot of ways, like some of the things that they're naturally learning, um, is something too. There's a lot of depth with a moon in Sagittarius, but they're kind of shitsters too. Like they, and the moon in Gemini too. There's like this, it's very playful actually. And I think that people with the moon in Sag are always looking, they want to always look at the bright side, but it can be a lot too. It's just like a lot of emotion. So it all depends on other factors, of course, but they can be dealing with so much emotion all the time because it's ever expanding, and it's like constantly taking in, you know, intuitive knowledge. Just has to learn how to point the emotion in a way that makes the most sense, that they really believe in, or how to feel comfortable and kind of like point their personal life in a direction that they want to go in, because the personal life can be, again, all over the place, all over the world. There's no, it just kind of spreads far and wide with Sagittarius. But that could be the comfort zone for people with a moon there, is like having the freedom to go and do and learn and be what they want to be. And they definitely don't like to be, tied down unless they want to be tied down, if that makes sense. Moon in Capricorn. This is, of course, the detriment position for the moon. It's the place the moon does not like to be. I'd say second most. I would say the first place it doesn't want to be is definitely Scorpio. That's a little more harsh. But the moon in Capricorn's harsh too, because it is Saturn and Kronos, and Saturn eats his babies. And, the moon is the motherly energy, but it's also our emotions, of course. People with a moon in Capricorn really have to learn to take emotional responsibility in their life. They can be very, very emotional beings. But they'll suppress it, and they'll keep their emotions down, and they won't show it, and they'll keep some kind of persona up, or just what people want to see. And then they'll start to, find that there's a lot of guilt baked into that. There's like a lot of suppression, and that suppression can cause, issues in life, and health issues, or relationship issues, or personal life issues. So the moon in Capricorn people are really learning how to be emotionally responsible, and to take accountability for their feelings, and to not suppress their emotions for, society or for other people, but to just own up to them and dedicate themselves emotionally to something, instead of, pretending that they're not there. But they're definitely there. It's the moon in Capricorn's probably just as emotional as a moon in Cancer. It's just not going to show it. It's just going to be, nope, this is my mask, this is my persona, this is what you get to see, and then goes back into its house and cries. Just kidding. um Not necessarily that at all, but they're learning that they need to dedicate to something in life too, and being able to be persistent and dedicated is very important. And it's something that they do know how to do well, because the moon's kind of like your PhD. So also where your moon's at's where you pretty much understand that energy very well. So people with the moon in Capricorn can be so hyper focused on their business or their career, their social image, that, maybe they're not worried about a family, maybe they don't want to do that. um, and maybe that's perfectly fine for them. But it's learning how to balance a little bit of a personal life in there too, because the moon does desire to relax and chill and feel comfortable, and it can't just always be in some boardroom giving a meeting, right? So not suppressing emotion, being able to, show their emotion, because they're deep emotions. And they're powerful emotions too. Capricorn has an Aries fourth house. Like, think about like that. Like Mars ruled fourth house. Like, whoa. Capricorns are emotionally very straightforward, but the moon there, you know, should put it out there more. Don't suppress emotion, but take on responsibility, handle business. You're good at it, and you can be a great teacher for that as well. Moon in Aquarius. I don't know why my S's are so bad. It's so funny every time I do an S. I mean, my writing sucks anyways, you guys get it, but you know. Moon in Aquarius. Well, Moon in Aquarius is very detached. It can be very detached from emotion. Aquarius, Uranus, not a lot of emotion going on in that archetype, but with the moon there, it's a little weird. Um, it's like trying to figure out feelings and trying to like do little tests and tweak things to see what it can feel. Um, it's trying to like it has to step away a little bit. Like it can't just be all in a situation to fully have emotional clarity. Like it wants to try and have it, but it really has to like go away, take time and space, and then it'll can find emotional clarity in time and space. So it has to like individuate a little bit and break away. And then once it comes back, it can have all the emotional clarity and answers. But it's interesting. The Aquarius moon to me reminds me of just like the saying, like there's no truth in the now, which is a saying for emotional generators in human design. But that actually really resonates a lot with me with an Aquarius moon. There's no emotional clarity in the now. It's like you want to be an emotional observer, and then you go back into your own kind of bubble, into your own space. And that's where Aquarius moons can come back with a lot of emotional intelligence and have things figured out. Um, it's weird. It's unique. People with Aquarius moons are usually a little, they could be super cool, super, interesting people that people are attracted to, but there's going to be little quirks, and they're going to do things a little weird, and there's a uniqueness to what's going on internally with these people. Um, but they are people that usually are, easy to make friends with. I would say they put a lot of energy into their friends. They usually have very interesting family lives. It's weird, unexpected stuff. Like, you know, I'll just leave it at that. But it's usually something. I mean, I'm a moon in Aquarius. I had a very weird family life, like my personal life and my home life growing up, and my moon rules my fourth. But like nobody would really know it. But my dad was a drug addict, and him and my mom got divorced, and my mom ended up becoming a drug addict. But my dad ended up getting kicked out of the house by my mom, like, and then getting kicked out of like my life by my mom. But my mom never told me that until I was older. She just told me my dad left, which he did. I didn't see him for like 21 years, and I was 6 years old at the time. But then I was just me and my mom, and we were like, she was always dating after that. So I had the weirdest family life, like no dad, me and my mom, but she was dating a new guy every year. So I was in and out of a new guy's home every other year or every year. And like we'd move in and out, move in and out, move in and out, move in and out. Weirdest personal life, weirdest relationship to my mom. She was like, she tried her best. I always had food, always had clothes. So I can't like, I love my mom. I've done a lot of work on forgiving her. But then she finally got cleaned up, finally got like, her shit together a little bit. And then I had some resentment issues because of life. And then now it's all good, but very strange. Aquarian, weird. You guys probably wouldn't predict, right? Aquarius, Uranus can't really predict it, that it would be kind of like that for me growing up. So very interesting. Aquarius moons usually have a weird personal life, whether it was their home life growing up or whether it's their life now. it's a little different. There's some interesting stuff going on. Um, and usually for them to fully understand their emotions, they have to disconnect a little bit from society or people and get back to themselves to individuate and understand that to get the emotional clarity. And then they're very on it and can deliver with, the right emotion at the right time. But it's good for them to they like to take space. Aquarius moon people will be full in, full in, full in, and then they might leave for a day or two, and you'll be like, this dude ghosted me, or this chick ghosted me, and they didn't ghost you. They just had to figure some things out before they could keep pursuing. So it's a very interesting dynamic with a moon in Aquarius, and I have one there, so I figured I would give you some of my like personal life, stuff and the way I see it. Pisces. Moon in Pisces. This is super sensitive moon. It's doesn't have a lot of boundaries. It's very intuitive. It's kind of taking on emotion from everywhere, can be very emotionally challenging for some people because they might not know why they're feeling a certain way. And they're like picking up energy from across the room or from, a grocery store. So it's like learning how to separate their emotion from other people's emotion is like the strongest thing a Pisces moon can do, because then they're able to understand their intuition on such a strong and intimate level without taking on all this bombardment of all this other, emoting power that's going around. So there's really no boundaries going on, and they can feel like they're just kind of caught up in the macrocosm of everything that's going on around them. Um, so it's very sensitive, and these people are also very compassionate. They're usually going to be very caring. They're probably going to care more than you. If you don't have a moon in Pisces or a moon in Cancer, like these people are going to care hard about the people that they let into their life too, like what they're doing and how they're feeling. But the sensitivities can get the best of them, can kind of throw them for emotional roller coasters or have them go off the deep end. Um, I know one guy who has a Pisces moon, and he's always trying to figure out his Pisces moon. And it's a hard one to figure out because it's all things. Pisces is always all things packed into one. So it's like, it's one of the hardest signs, in my opinion, to really like pinpoint energy, because it's just taking in everything all the time, but it's showing how connected everything is. So when a moon in Pisces is really on it and they're really in their, power and in their game, they're actually encompassing everything inside of them. And that's why Pisces can be the wisest sign. So people with moon in Pisces, I mean, these can be some of the most spiritually wise people on the planet, because they understand every archetype going on simultaneously inside of them, and they know how to draw boundaries from what's theirs and what isn't theirs. Because that would be the hardest part, is not knowing what's theirs and what isn't, and then really overly emotional identification with something that's not, and having to work through that. So it's a gift and a curse in many ways, because it's so intuitive and so psychic and so channeled, but it's also channeling things it doesn't want to channel from random sources, or it's like susceptible to, psychic attack in many ways too. Like these people could feel like people are, attacking them, which would come off as like overly sensitive, like, or kind of schizophrenic. Like that person they're sending me bad energy. Like, are you sure they are? Why don't you just put the boundary up and not give that energy? And they very well may be. So it's definitely a little slippery in Pisces with the moon. Pisces is always slippery. But again, it's beautiful because it can be so artistic and so channeled and so creative, and there's no real boundaries there. So if you think about all the things you can do in your personal life or the things that you can feel, it can be anything. It's almost like you get to choose in many ways. All right. I don't know if I'm going to go through every sign like that. That's a lot of talking, and we're going to run out of time, and there's way cooler stuff to talk about. So maybe I will write something up for next week and like post it somewhere so that you guys can have like more information on that, because it's just like Mercury through the signs and giving, oh my gosh, it's going to get so repetitive. I think you guys get it. Let's learn how to run a chart. On Astro Gold or astro.com. I want to try and figure that password out right now. It's been a while since I've used it. So astro.com, you can create a free profile. It doesn't cost any money. And once you do, you want to go to free horoscopes, horoscope drawings and data. And then I always go to extended chart selection. This gives you pretty much the option to do anything you want with the chart. It gives you so many options, from just a regular wheel to a synastry chart, composite chart, Davison chart. I mean, you can run progressions, solar arcs, relocation charts, draconic charts, lunar return charts, solar return, Mars return. I mean, it really, for free, for a free program, it does it all, and it'll do multi-wheel, and astro.com's the bomb.com. But you put your information in, and when you do that, you're going to put in your first name, last name, whatever gender you want to use, birthday, hour, and it does go in like, you know, it gives you both 24-hour and not. Put in your birth town, and you click continue. You can then put here in this date, like this is a web default style, which is the one I use. They have a bunch of different ways to look at the chart. Their default style is clean. I like it. But this is like the start date. So it'd be like today's date loaded up, July 6th, or it's actually tomorrow's date, July 16th. But that's for like if you were to pull up transits, right? So if you click on the chart, it'll pull the chart up, and you can go up here and press with transits, and it'll show you based on those transits, and they come out in the green up above. But the house system, it'll show up with default, which their default house system is Placidus, which you are more than welcome to use that. There's also Cock or Cook, or however you want to say that, Campanus, Regiomontanus, equal. Equal sign's really easy. I'm going to show you how to do that in your head, but you can run those charts if you want. It just puts your ascendant whatever your degree on the ascendant is, every house. So like if your ascendant is 12 Capricorn, your second house cusp is going to be 12 Aquarius. Third house cusp is going to be 13 Pisces. Whole sign just starts at 0 Aries, or it starts at 0 of the sign. There's the 0 Aries one down there, but whole sign still, like if you were a 12-degree Capricorn rising, it would just put your first house cusp at 0 Capricorn, and it would give you an AC at 12 of Capricorn. That traditional astrologers, Hellenistic astrologers like to use whole sign. I don't. I think it's something you can do in your head. And it doesn't give intercepts, and I think intercepts are important karmically, but I'm much more of an evolutionary astrologer, so I'm like looking at those little things, and I like that juicy, intercept in a chart. They don't care about that. That's no big deal. I use Porphyry personally. Do the zodiac. We are doing tropical astrology. Sidereal zodiac is not taking into account the precession of the equinox. And if you were to look up at the moon right now, which is in Aquarius, it would actually be looking like it's crossing from Capricorn into the sign of Aquarius in sidereal. Draconic charts, we'll talk about those later. I look at them as like a higher self perspective. It puts your north node at 0 Aries, and it adjusts your chart accordingly wherever your node is. So for me, my north node is actually exactly 60 degrees away from my ascendant. So it shifts my chart. Everything kind of like, no, that's not, would it be safe? It's close. It puts my sun at like 24 Aquarius. We'll look into those in a little bit, but it does take you and put your north node at 0 Aries, and then adjust the chart accordingly around that. And that's kind of how it comes into play. It's very interesting. Then there's geocentric, which we're going to use. That's the Earth at the center. And then the heliocentric chart, which is the sun at the center, which is useful for like another perspective. I kind of look at the heliocentric chart as like God's chart of like what God's seeing. So like we're on Earth and we're seeing the planets, but it's like if God is like the sun in a lot of ways, and our projection of life that we have here, it would be like kind of what's that perspective like? You definitely want to have your reference place be your home, or especially for your natal chart, you want it to be where you were born, which will show up when you do that. But the reference place is for transits. So wherever you're, currently at, if you want to look at transits, because if you were born on the East Coast but moved to the West Coast and you don't change your place of reference for transits, then you're gonna get a little bit a little bit different. Or if you're just looking up transits, you want to make sure that it's in the place that you're at. Otherwise, you're going to have the difference, and you're not going to see them actually in the place in the sky that they are. The display and calculations options is important because it'll display your nodes, your true node, descending node. I always turn those on. I don't use mean node. So I always use the true north node and the descending node. I always have Chiron on. So you can turn Chiron off, but you want Chiron on and aspects to Chiron. And I used the traditional Ptolemy deacons, Lily. They're really good. And the Ptolemean terms, Lily, these are bomb. You can have zodiacal releasing table at the bottom if you wish. And then aspects to the nodes, of course, too. Very important. I think it's very important. And then additional objects is where you can add like your asteroids. If you know the asteroid number, you can manually enter it in here. There's a lot. So you can kind of like Google those. They do have a number list here that you can click on and start to find them. List of fixed stars you can add. But over here, you can just add like the part of fortune, the vertex, Lilith, Chiron. Ceres, Pallas, Juno, whatever you want. Pholus, Nessus, they got a lot of that. I definitely recommend adding your prenatal solar eclipse and your prenatal lunar eclipse. It's really cool that this chart even offers that at astro.com, because Astro Gold won't even let you do that. And that's like paid software. So it's nice to know where your prenatal solar and lunar eclipses are. And then I usually put these fixed stars in. They're kind of the only ones I really care about, which is Aldebaran, Antares, Regulus, Sirius, Spica, and Algol. The rest I'm not super interested in, but these ones I use all the time. So once you get that set up and you have your information in, I think a lot of people know how to do this, but if you don't, that's how you do it. And then you run your chart. And this is what it looks like with the Ptolemy decans and the Lily terms, which I think is really cool, because you can like see that, you know, in Capricorn, it starts with the Saturn, you know, first decan, and then it's a Venus second decan, and then the third decan is Mercury. But those three are split up into more. So then Saturn split between Venus and Mercury and Jupiter, and then which Jupiter takes up, you know, the majority, but there's Mars and Mercury in that Venus decan. So it's just more to like play with, honestly. Like you can do more if you think about where the transits are. If you're doing horoscopes, it's very interesting to like see where the planet is and to see that it's really going through, like, for instance, my sun is going through the cusp of Mercury, Jupiter, and into Venus in Capricorn. So it's very like in between the right brain, the left brain is my soul, is my light. And then it's coming into this Venusian quality of finding the value in how I commit to myself. And it's in the 10th house and taking things on and building things in life. And, you know, hopefully being somebody in this life, like Sun conjunct midheaven, like hopefully, just kidding. So it's very interesting. The lunar eclipse, the prenatal lunar will show up looking like that. Mine is interesting because I happen to have it conjunct my moon exact. My prenatal solar eclipse is 7 Virgo. And then you'll see the rest of the stuff. So you want to get comfortable with that. The prenatal lunar and solar eclipses will always be around your nodes somewhere. They could be flipped. It could be solar eclipse by your north node, which is, I would say, more common. But lunar eclipses can be by the north node as well. And then, you know, somewhere by your south node, you're going to have one of those somewhere close too, right? Because there's eclipses and we get eclipses by the nodes. So the ones before you were born, boom. The reason I think those are important is because the prenatal lunar eclipse is like, it's pretty much, from my understanding, it's when your soul really enters the womb when you're in your mom. So when you're a baby and you're conceived, it takes until that prenatal lunar eclipse for that soul to really come into the body with its plan, if you will, of when it's going to come out and start growing in there. So something to consider, thinking about and like looking at your prenatal lunar eclipse and seeing how that matches up with you. You can find dates for that on, I don't think they have it on this chart, but I know they do on other softwares. Well, you can do a search to find out when that day was, but it'll tell you when the prenatal lunar was. And it's usually, you know, a few months before. I swear it was on this first page. Maybe it's down here. I swear I've seen it on here before, but whatever. So that's how you run a chart. And then when we start to kind of put it together, which we still need to go into aspects, of course, and we still need to go into a lot of things, but I guess we'll start learning aspects. Now that we run a chart, we need to go deeper into what we're going to do with it. Aspects. So the major aspects are the conjunction, the opposition, the square, the sextile, and the trine. Those are kind of the main aspects in astrology. Of course, there's quincunxes, semi-squares, sesquiquadrants, septiles, biseptiles, biquintiles. Like there's so many aspects. We can go through those a little bit later, but I think that these are really the meat and potatoes of what you need to learn, is just like this stuff. The other stuff, they're called minor aspects for a reason. These are the majors. I would put quincunx as an honorable mention because two quincunxes and a sextile makes a yod, and I think that that's a pretty important pattern. We will talk about aspect patterns in just a second here as well. So the conjunction is when two planets come together. So if you have two planets in your chart that are right on top of each other, or you have a transiting planet that's right on top of one of your natal planets, that is a conjunction. So it's when two planets are sharing the same space in the same sign, but it could be switch signs if there's just an ingress or something, but pretty close. I give these conjunctions, depending on the planet, probably a 5-degree orb. I'll show you what I'd use for orbs later for planets, but the conjunction is a major aspect. I pretty much give them all 5 degrees. Some people will give 10-degree orbs. I'm more exact than that. I don't really care too much about an 8-degree orb. Even with Jupiter, which is a big planet, which I will give a bigger orb to, I'm not super concerned. In the natal chart, I will say that it holds weight, but if we're looking at transits to your natal chart, don't trip out when it's 10 degrees away. Like you might start seeing things happen like little, but it is like within 2 degrees, 1 degree hitting that you're going to see the most intense, version of the aspect. So I'm one to run tighter orbs. I like that better. So you can figure out what orbs you like to run, but I will tell you that for a conjunction, I will usually run a 5-degree orb. The conjunctions are very powerful because it's two planets coming together in the same area. So what it's really joining the function of two planets. So when you start to get these planets coming together, like say you get Sun Saturn, you're conjoining the Sun with Saturn. You're conjoining an expression of self with this, restrictive quality that Saturn can bring. So it can feel like your light or your identification or who you are is being restricted or is being pushed down by something out of your control, by conditioning in life, by society, by parents, whatever it may be. There can be a restriction. But what it also is that you have great authority to shine your light. Like you can really step up, and over time you're meant to accomplish something. So it's like time is the way to go. Sun Saturn's like stay dedicated, stay persistent, do things, take on responsibility, make things happen. Like over time, you're going to see that creative payout that you're looking for. You're going to accomplish what you need to accomplish. And in all honesty, you're here to mix your self identification with dedication, commitment, integrity, you know, and maybe it is about restricting yourself from certain things so that you can really commit to more important things, because Saturn's like usually bigger important decisions or things that need to be done. So your conscious light, your sun, your fuel, it fuels actually even stronger with Saturn there, believe it or not, if it's not being restricted and pushed down, which it might be early in life, but later in life it could be a very persistent, dedicated, strong you know example of self. If it's in Leo, where that sun's strong and Saturn's weak, well, it might not be that big of a deal. Like it might have this weak Saturn that's trying to say like, oh, don't go, just do the things that make you happy. Don't just, go love everything. It might be where you actually have to learn to use that Saturn, because that sun will just go do what it wants all the time, but it won't take care of anything of importance in life. So it's like, okay, commit yourself to things that do light you up, but you know, also bring in some sense of valor in life, or some sense of, what can be achieved or had, or, you know, make happen. So it is the combining of energy. Um, of two planets, the combining, the conjunction. Um, it's very strong. And the more you get in a conjunction, say you get 3 planets in a conjunction, of course, that's called a stellium. That's the phrase for that. I won't usually call something a stellium unless those 3 planets in that area are all within a 5-degree orb. So, like for me, for instance, probably put some display points back up here. So like for me, I have Uranus at 5 degrees. Whoopsies. I'm the hardest time screenshotting with this not on my. There we go. I have Uranus at 5 degrees of Capricorn, and I have Saturn all the way at 15 degrees of Capricorn. So there's a 10-degree difference between Uranus and Saturn. So like some people would be like, oh, that's a Capricorn stellium. They're within 10 degrees. I don't even look at, like, I look at it as a stellium, but I look at it as a stellium from my sun, Neptune, and Saturn's point of view of like, okay, that's a stellium, but it's not even like super tight. Like a real tight stellium would be like, they're all right on top of each other, like within 1, 0, 1, 2 degrees, like boom, boom, boom. Like there's no space there. Like that is a strong, strong stellium. So something to consider. When looking at stelliums, I would give it 5 though. I think 5 is strong and is valid. Stelliums are kind of wild. It's kind of like there's no space. Everything is up on top of each other. So where you get these planets that want to shine their light and they want to like illuminate that space, they don't have the space they want. There's like it can feel crowded. It's like all this energy is crowded in one space, which can be, of course, beneficial to a person, but it can also just feel like, unsurety with those energies, because where you're trying to commit, you're also trying to learn, or where you're trying to communicate, you're also being restricted, or where you're really sensitive, you have to step up. So it's like learning, how to use the energy is very important. And it does put a focus on that house and sign that stellium is in. Conjunctions too. I think they're very important and very strong. They might be the strongest, in my opinion. Like, especially transits or progressions. Like when you get a conjunction, like it's one thing to have the squares, they're forceful, but the conjunction is like a whole new cycle starting between these planetary energies. So there's also a thing called planetary phases or phasal relationships. So what that is if we look here at my chart with the transits on it, you can see that my sun's up there at 10 degrees Capricorn at the top of the chart. So what happens for every solar return, for example, is the sun makes a full cycle around the zodiac and starts a new phase. And that's a solar return year. And that's why you can pull up that chart and it represents this next phase, this next year of your life. This happens with every planet. And especially in your natal chart, there's phasal relationships that you were born with. Like for me, I was born with a very new cycle between my Pluto and Mars. My Mars-Pluto phasal relationship is very waxing new. It's very in the new cycle. They're not even 30 degrees away from each other. So it's like, that's a new cycle of my conscious identity and my soul identity in this Pluto 8th house fashion. So I don't know, we're kind of jumping ahead, but I want to let you know, like there's phasal relationships. And that's why I put weight on conjunctions, is because Saturn is making a conjunction with my moon, currently with its retrogrades, but it's about to pass over that. And Venus. So you won't even get a Saturn conjunction on a planet for, 28 and a half to 30 years, depending on the retrogrades and where that planet is. So every 30 years, when Saturn, of course, it returns to itself every time, but when it returns to your planets at that time, Saturn's making sure that you're growing up in that area of your life. So really looking forward to 2023 in January, where I get Venus and Saturn on my moon. It's going to be lovely. And I'll get a lunar return. How funny. But that's like how phases work. And that's why I put a lot of weight on conjunctions, because they are starting things and they're putting a lot of pressure, and they're very, very strong transits. And like Pluto conjunctions are going to completely annihilate and obliterate like what the energy was before that, because it's a once in a lifetime transit. You're not going to live through two Pluto conjunctions of the same energy. So when it comes around, it is literally doing a hard reboot on your energy of that planet. Like if it's the sun, your identification and, your light, but then also where that planet rules in your chart is very important to look at too. So conjunctions, very strong. We definitely want to pay attention to those. The next one is the opposition. This is, of course, where you have planets opposing each other. So I have an opposition, an exact one here between Uranus at 5 degrees Capricorn and Jupiter at 5 degrees of Cancer. So I give this another 5-degree orb. But again, I'm looking really for like the 3, 2, 1, 0. And then even the separating of like 1 and 2 can be pretty intense. Oppositions are very interesting because it's like a game of tug of war. When you have them in your chart, it's like one energy is over here trying to liberate and, kind of be free, but in its own kind of structured manner. And then the other planet, and this Jupiter in Cancer, is definitely trying to, embrace the small things and feel good and find, emotional abundance. But it's like there's really weird situations that happen in life with Uranus that kind of shift things and change things. And, being able to stay emotionally open and happy um, in your personal life or in your environment when there's always something big going on can be very difficult. So it's like there's this need for, almost like just liberate yourself and run away. But then there's also this need to really learn and figure out and explore your environment and who you are and why you feel certain ways. And it can be confusing with oppositions, but it's finding the midpoint and finding the balance of both is the key. That's what really, I would say it's instead of using, because they're going to fight each other. One's always going to be trying to outpull the other in an opposition. So it's like really learning how to figure them both out. So for me, I'm kind of lucky because Jupiter and Uranus are pretty cool, like with each other. Like they're both related to Saturn and they both wanted to get Saturn overthrown and Jupiter brought Uranus back. So it's not the worst opposition to have in the world, to be completely honest, but it's about a strong sense of inner freedom and inner exploration for me, and realizing that the only way I'm going to be able to really liberate myself in general is to emotionally commit to myself and the things in life that do make me feel good. And I think be able to, illuminate truth and to be able to express my wisdom, which was very hard for me to do. Jupiter doesn't do super well in the 3rd house, but it's actually good for, communication and writing and, maybe even teaching. But it's the midpoint. It's how to use it without being too shocking with Uranus, without being too just like, oh, fuck this, I'm a rebel, I do what I want, but to be kind of emotionally pleasing for people in life too, or for myself. I don't have any good, other oppositions. Of course, I have Chiron. I guess I do. Can I just... I have Chiron in Cancer at 13, opposing pretty much my whole stellium up here, but really my Neptune with a 1-degree orb, and then also a 2-degree orb to Saturn and 3 to my sun. So there's a lot of this energy of this little stellium that I do have up here in this 3-planet conjunction, which we talked about, how that can be kind of conflicting, but it's also a power spot in many ways. Like being able to be some kind of imaginative dreamer and being compassionate while also like being serious and like handling business. Interesting, combination. But kind of what I'm here to do, if you will. In opposition to this Chiron, my wounds, right? The key to how I get out, it was really with that Jupiter and, on my IC and on the fixed star Sirius, was it was finding emotional comfort and security. Like I mentioned, my personal life, it was really weird growing up. But to be able to find comfort in myself, regardless of exterior, there could be this need for all this like exterior validation, but realizing that the key was always just inside of me, right? Your personal life, your emotions, your home within your body in the fourth house. That's where the key is. So how can I pull from finding my own security to then channeling it through Neptune into my sun and Saturn of dedicating to, I mean, for me, it ended up being a spiritual business and like doing astrology. It's very interesting, right? Just kind of worked out that way. But if I just kept focusing on these ideals of like how to make it and reach the top, but I never did the inner work down here in Cancer for myself, if I never did the emotional healing and like getting rid of the grief I had or the resentment of my mother, or my father even, or like played the victim because of my, upbringing in life, I never would have been able to do this work. Like I had to make those amends and I had to forgive. So that's oppositions, right? It's learning that one side can't do it all, especially if you have a lot of planets opposing, one planet, kind of like I do here, or an asteroid in this case. I never would have gotten the achievements I wanted and achieved like any sense of inner happiness if I didn't figure out how to use this opposition, which was my own emotional vulnerabilities and clearing that and feeling like I had a home in myself and in my body. So I hope that's helpful of how to use oppositions. When we get into squares, I have, some. I would say the most pronounced one is the Pluto to my nodes. But I do have a moon square Pluto with a pretty wide orb, but it does exist. Squares are like Mars. So is my writing. That's how you'd spell squares on Mars. They are action oriented. They make things happen. It's 90 degrees where the opposition is 180 degrees. A conjunction is, of course, on top of each other. But look, that 90-degree angle, if you were to look up in the sky, you would see, like if it was a sun moon first quarter square in the sky or a third quarter square, especially the third quarter square, you would look up in the sun or at the sky and you would see the sun and you would see the moon. And it's because they're looking at each other square in the eye. Like that 90 degrees is like dead on, like these two planets are in conflict. And squares happen when you get the planetary bodies in the same, usually, modality. So like my square is in fixed signs. So a good way to think about that is it's easy to do the math without getting too tripped up on a 90-degree angle. Of course, you don't want to spend your time counting degrees. Like that's going to be hard to do. So to do it better in your head, you realize like, and I'm an Aries rising, so it's easy to kind of start with that. But Aries squares Cancer. Cancer squares Libra. Libra and Aries square Capricorn. And of course, you get the oppositions in between. But I think it's important to, be able to do that pretty quickly within your head. And you do that by modality because all the modalities are going to square each other. Pisces squares naturally over to Gemini. Gemini squares Virgo. Virgo squares Sagittarius, and Sagittarius squares Pisces. So you get all these crosses, right? Fixed cross, cardinal cross, mutable cross. Same thing with the fixed signs. Taurus squares Leo. Leo squares Scorpio. Scorpio, squares Aquarius, you know? So that's the easiest way to like think about it, is to really get your modalities down and understand that if you have planets, like I know for sure when I see a Uranus and Taurus, that when planets come into Leo, there's going to be a square to Uranus. If their planets are in Aquarius, oh yeah, there's going to be squares. Scorpio, I know there's oppositions because it's the opposing sign. So it's good to know not only just, you know, the squares and the modalities, but like to know what the sister sign of your of a sign of all sign is, of all signs are, because then you got that cardinal, you know, or just the cross down, which is the squares, which is where big moments happen in your life. So squares are action, they're Mars, they're initiators, they get shit done, they make things happen. Now, people hate on squares. They people get scared of squares. Squares are probably one of my favorite aspects, honestly, because yeah, it's kind of a harsh aspect, but damn, it will force you to do something. It will force you to do something you might be scared to do. It'll force something to show up in your life that you weren't ready for, but you actually, on a soul level, you were ready for. And it kind of teaches you that lesson pretty quick. So it's realizing that when squares come, it's a force. Now, if you get, you know, Saturn coming to square your moon, you know, it hasn't probably squared that moon in 14 years when it was in the other sign, or it met with your planet, you know, 7.5 years ago, and now it's coming to check up on it for the first quarter square, right? So it's these outer planets that square hold the most weight. So whenever the outer planets are coming by to make big aspects, it's a big deal. But in the natal chart, of course, these are where your soul is trying to really initiate action and learn a lot of lessons. It's kind of like expedited what you're here to do. So it's not a bad thing to have a lot of squares in your chart. Usually you're probably a pretty exciting person if you have a lot of squares in your chart, because you're always kind of on it and making things happen and doing things. Now there can be the hard ones, right? So we'll get people, of course, with like Saturn square moon in their chart. And that's extremely difficult because that can be a very suppressed emotional side, but it's again trying to teach emotional, you know, responsibility. It's trying to teach you to take authority for your personal life. But it's like there's these forceful moments in life that are not, they're making you feel so restricted from doing what you feel like would bring comfort to your life. Or Sun Saturn squares, you feel like you have to work for every achievement that you want to do in your life. Like everything just takes work and everything is a struggle and it's hard. But how much character does that build? Like if you have to just dedicate and be persistent, by the time you become a pro at that, you're a pro and you've learned so much, and then you get rewards because Saturn will always give rewards. Like my moon kind of squares Pluto, right? Like not super intense, but it's there. But what does that mean? Well, that means that my emotions in Aquarius, or just even when if you think about it, it's like my emotions are very intense. So yes, I have an Aquarius moon, but it's amplified by this intensity of my Pluto. It's amplified by wanting and having a lot of desire and wanting, you know, call it intimacy or relationships, you know, having a need, a deep-seated like need for that, you know, connection to another person or to something that I don't have. Like maybe emotionally wanting something I don't have so bad and getting so fixated on it that it can drive me, you know, to a dark place. But then also being able to know how to get what I want. Like knowing that if I, give some emotion and I give some feelings out there, that I can get what I want from people. It can be manipulative, is what I'm saying. Look, I got you guys all here to take a class with me. I'm just kidding. But, you start to see where that's going. I just checked the chat for the first time. What's on the school info site? Oh, put your charts on Facebook. Yeah, put your charts on Facebook. Maybe I'll pull some up for class if you want to share your chart with people. So squares make action in your life. They are expedited. They are planets that are looking at each other square in the eye, and they almost have to figure out a way to make it work together. And it's not always easy because there is conflict because it's Martian. It is that, like, it is conflict. So I don't want to say like, no, it's all fun and dandy with them, because squares are conflict between planets, and it is a harsh aspect. But I'm telling you, it's not something to be scared of, or it's not something to trip about. It's something that you're actually here to learn very quickly with those energies and how to use them in a way that makes sense for your mission and for your soul's purpose. So squares bring conflict to get you to your purpose. But if you look at them in sort of a Martian way, about, action, war, a fight, it's almost like they are fighting in the sky. It's like a battle. You can look at it that way. It's about how to make, how do you win the battle between those planets? And it's not necessarily by picking or choosing one or the other. It's by using them together in the most powerful form. So you can start to see when you start to, Pluto in the eighth house. Well, that can be, extremely manipulative and know how to get what it wants in general, and use people for its own deep desires and whatever, sexual needs, occult needs. But it can also be someone that knows how to use alchemy, who knows how to see the deeper, intricacies of reality. And square the moon, instead of being manipulative, learn how to be connected to the people to share that soul depth that you came into this incarnation with. Which luckily I try to do that. After squares, we're going to look at trines. Trines are 120-degree angles. So trines are usually between elements. So you'll get like water trines. You can get earth trines. You can get air trines. Let's see. So you don't have to really, I mean, you want to know what the degree is just for your own sake. But, when you start to use the modalities and the elements, you can start to make your life a lot easier when you're doing that. So that you don't even have to look at the little you don't even have to look at the little lines in the middle. Like, honestly, when I look at a chart, I'm not putting a lot of focus on this stuff. Like, yes, it's there, and yes, I do glance at it, but it's not my focal point. My focal point is always on the planets and their degrees. And I think that the more you can learn the chart in a way that you understand the signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and then learn the modalities, Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, Cardinal, so on for the fixed signs, and realize that they're all in those modalities are all 90 degrees away. And then the elements, earth, fire, air, water, and realize that they're all 120 degrees apart, and that makes a trine. It'll make your life so much simpler, because just by knowing that I have Chiron at 13 degrees of Cancer, if I look over and I see, oh, Juno at 13 degrees Scorpio, I know that's an exact trine. Like boom, exact. And even, over to this energy, I know there's a trine there. It's just because of the element and the degree, and you can really like see it quicker, in my opinion. So I think it's very important to, really learn the modalities, elements, and stuff, and then learn that the aspects play right into it, and that it's not some crazy mathematical equation. Like, yes, astrology is pretty mathematical and it's very geometrical, but it's actually very simple to figure out how to just see it, So hopefully I can help you guys just see it in this class. That would be great. So the trine is that 120. The trine is Jupiter. It's very Jupiter. It's Jupiterian, if you will. It's expansive. It's harmonious. It makes a triangle, right? Which is really the strongest shape there is. It's there's something about it that's peaceful. It's not challenging. Like, trines are not gonna challenge you in life. They're kind of things that you already have great wisdom in, that you already have knowledge in, that you're just doing. Honestly, people with a lot of trines in their chart might be lazy. They don't feel like they have to do it. Like, there's something about squares that people don't have a choice with squares. Like, they just have to. They're just so Mars and action, and things are happening, and oh, this is getting cut away, and that's getting happening, and this happened, and this started, and this initiated. Trines are more like, well, it's all happening. Well, this is getting along. Well, this is easy. Well, this is friendly. This feels good. I mean, they're great, but they're not bringing like the intensity of a square. So I look at them a few ways. Like, if we were looking at, Cancer being, the focal point, or like, if you had your sun in Cancer and we were getting, Mars in Scorpio getting ready to square it, or getting ready to trine it, that's the 120 degree mark. That to me is very fifth house. So I look at it in a Jupiterian kind of fifth house way. And the reason for that is, like, if we look at the fire trine, the natural one in astrology of just Aries starts, Leo's 120 degrees, 120 from that is Sag, 120 back is Aries. That first 120 degree angle is very Leo fifth house to me, but also Jupiterian. So it's like bringing this creativity, it's bringing this harmonious expansion of what can be done and what can be illuminated through the planets it's aspecting. As we come to the 240 degree, which is another trine getting ready to close out the 360, but that one to me is more Sagittarian. So it's like Jupiter. That one's definitely like, you can learn a lot with that one, because you went through the square over here. You went through the quincunx over here. You went through the opposition. You went through the quincunx, and now, and of course the trine there, but now you're back to this trine where all this wisdom kind of shows up through what you've learned through whatever that body was. So depending on the phasal relationship, you can look at them this way. Come on. You know, you're supposed to be able to just tap this thing. Okay. So you can look at it that way. And that's why it's important to know like the phasal relationships, because for instance, Chiron moves faster than Pluto. So it's building up to that 240-degree trine. And this is kind of complicated stuff. So don't get confused with this stuff. I'm just putting it out there for people that might be ready for it. But because Chiron moves faster in transit than Pluto, really it's closing its phasal relationship. It's starting to get there. It's waning. This would be the waxing, and this would be the waning. Think about like a moon, right? Mars is in a waxing, brand new crescent phase. The sun is in a waxing phase. Everything pretty much is for me, except that south node. So think about the phasal relationships. It can help you in a little bit of delineation of how to use that energy. But trines are very harmonious. They can be a little lazy. You're not going to just feel like you have to do something crazy usually with a trine. It would probably be something would come to you and you'd feel very creative, like, and you would just kind of do it. It's not, they're just chill. It's everything's working in order with the element. Everything's like in sort of in water, it's like emotionally, they're on the same page. In air, it's intellectually on the same page. You know, earth, it's like, oh, financially, this is all on the same page. Fire, this is creatively all on the same page. So keep that in mind. The next one would be sextiles. Sorry. Would be sextiles, which are 60-degree angles. So we get the conjunction. Then we go 30 degrees to the next sign, which is a semi-sextile, but we'll talk about minor aspects later. And then we come to the sextile, which would be 60 degrees. So sextiles have this glyph of like a little star. Trines are, of course, the triangle. Squares are, of course, the square. Like, for instance, my north node is in sextile to my ascendant. So it's 60 degrees. And the easy way to remember 60 degrees or just to see it coming is that there's a masculine and feminine quality to all the signs. Fire and air are masculine. Earth and water are feminine. So they get along because they have the same yin yang quality to each other. That's in essence the sextile. They're like friendly because they're not in the same modality, they're not in the same element, but they get along because they're both masculine or they're both feminine. So the sextile, the way I look at it too, is very Venus. It's friendly. It's all good. They just see each other. It's working together. It's like relating to that planet well. It's almost like being on the freeway and like seeing your buddy drive by next to you and being like, yo, buddy. Like it's just kind of close. Like they're just seeing each other, they're getting along, but they're also separating or applying and moving together. But because they're in that same not modality, but because they're in the same, they have the same oh my god, I must be getting tired. um I was like gonna say sex. They're either masculine or feminine, and they're in the same sex. I don't know why I can't think of the right word for that right now, but that's why they get along. And it's that 60-degree angle that sees each other well. It's friendly, it's nice. These planets work well together. It's kind of like with my nodes, my north node, my ascendant. Like when I'm being a powerful, individuated version of myself, and when I'm going towards something that's helping people and seeing all angles and being objective, I'm being a personality that I came here to be. And it works. Or like my Venus and Mars. Like when I'm desiring happiness and when I'm desiring to explore and to be free, I'm being able to relate to people that are similar to that. Like there's just this energy that works. Like relationships for me with Venus sextile Mars in Sagittarius, they have to be freedom oriented. Although my moon might want to obsess a little, like personally, my identity and the way I desire things, it doesn't necessarily want it that way. It wants to break away. It wants to, have time to itself. It wants to be free to do what it wants to do. It wants to explore, learn things, try things, go deeper into more knowledge, go deeper into self. But it's always looking for a positive side. It does see the positivity in other people as well, because Venus is over there in Aquarius, and it's like, yeah, I love unique people. I think people that are unique and free are so special and beautiful. I love it. I love seeing it. I'm like, dang, look at how free they are. That's dope. So they just get along like that. So sextiles are very friendly. They are in the same, yin or yang to each other. They are either, I mean, not always. You can get out of sign sextiles and out of sign and out of element trines, but they're a little bit more rare. And you end up with like, having planets on the cusp. Like if you were 0 Virgo and you had a planet at 29 of Gemini, then they would still be in like a 61-degree sextile, So, and then that's like, that looks like a square, right? But that's why knowing the degrees will help you too, because 0 Virgo is only 1 degree away from 29 Leo, and 29 Leo and 29 Gemini are in 60-degree sextile to each other. So, all right. And the last one I'm going to touch on is the quincunx for now. It is a 150-degree angle. It's a weird one. You get these little dotted green lines with this emblem for a quincunx. They're interesting aspects. They're very strange. They're very weird. You feel almost like a puppet. They make up the yod, which would be 2 sextiles, which if I was going to show what a yod looks like as an example, because I don't have any on this chart, but if we pull up this chart, you can see from my prenatal solar eclipse at 7 Virgo, I have a sextile to Jupiter at 5 degrees of Cancer, and they are both making yods to my 6-degree Aquarius Venus. So that's what a yod looks like. It is the sextile 60 degrees with 250-degree angles pointing at an energy. So that's what they call the finger of God, right? So the quincunxes are very interesting because they feel very puppeted. They're part of that yod. That's why I bring it up. They're very fated. It's a very interesting relationship because it's that 150 degrees. So it's kind of like Aries Virgo. It kind of has that kind of energy of like that first one is like kind of, this is a weird routine. This is a weird thing. This is a weird pull. This is kind of odd. And then so you'll see like different planets, like so my Jupiter is quincunx my Venus. Like, okay, that Jupiter in Cancer is very emotional and almost like overly emotional. But that Venus in Aquarius is not emotional at all. It's objective and it wants friends and it wants to make things happen in the 10th house and it wants to succeed, and it's retrograde, so it wants to have a better relationship internally. It wants to understand itself, but then it's in Aquarius and it also wants to understand people, but it's like uh, I don't know what this means. Like, it's hard to really pinpoint. So to me, because Venus moves faster than Jupiter and it would have crossed Jupiter last, this is actually more of a scorpionic quincunx, because that's how you get it, really, is that 150. And then what would that be? 210 degree over in Scorpio. So that's kind of where I'm at with this planetary phase, is a more transformative energy. So it's like a really weird transformation where I have to learn to be emotional in my relationships and to share my feelings and to share my emotional beliefs and to, you know, understand myself better, especially with Venus retrograde. How do you understand yourself and build that relationship to yourself better? Well, it's by understanding your emotions and figuring them out and being able to speak them when you need to. So the quincunx is odd. They don't really work together, but there's two ways to look at it. Like if my Jupiter was in quincunx to my Mars, which it's not, because it's a really tight orb for quincunxes. Like I give the other ones 5, but I give a 2-degree orb for quincunxes. And even for sextiles, it's like 3 max, but max 2 degrees orb for a quincunx. So they have to be tight. So it's like, like that would be more of like, okay, looks like I need to get my actions consolidated and in order a little bit, because if I'm just all over the place and trying to do a bunch of things, then maybe I won't be able to express my wisdom. Maybe I won't be able to find my emotional, bigger picture, how to feel like I have all I need inside myself, how to feel like I know my inner truth with Jupiter there. So it's like tidying things up with that first one, that 150 with Virgo, like learning how to tidy up the aspect. And to do this, you always want to know which planet moves faster. So, Mars definitely moves faster than Jupiter. Jupiter's 12 years around the sun. Mars is, 2 years. So hopefully that's helpful. It's a teeter-totter. All right, guys. I'm running out of steam. Hope everybody's doing well. Or we love the sex in the chart. Sex. Sex is cool. Sex is so human, right? Such a mammalian human thing to do. All right. I hope that was very helpful for everybody, and I hope that we all learned something from class today. It was definitely a lot. There was a lot of side convo. Yeah, you guys are funny in the chat. I was trying not to pay attention to it because I would get lost. I would look at the chat and be like, I don't know what they're talking about right now. I'm just not going to pay attention to it. But it'll be up there to rewatch. And yeah, house aspects. I'm trying to get all the little stuff put in here. There's so much. We're almost there. I'll try and make something too for next week to be more structured, I think. I think I need it. I get a little like sidetracked a little bit. So I'll try and like dial something in to make next week kind of just operate smoother so that we can cover more faster instead of maybe trying new things, which I thought like would be a good idea. And then I got into it a couple times and I apologize. I was like, no, this is a waste of time. So, and it is easy to get sidetracked with astrology. You can jump around. Yeah, I say we really focus on some big things like Pluto through the houses next week so that we can get a big like evolutionary astrology understanding of our soul's purpose here. And then from there, we're going to, start putting together the story of our charts with the nodes and all the planets. And if you want to drop some of your charts in the Facebook group, we can use those as examples, or I'll just find random charts, but up to you. I don't mind sharing your chart for this class. Just know that, it's going to be recorded. And if other students down the road buy, they'll see it. So as long as you're cool with that. All right, guys. I'm going to call it for today. It doesn't look like anybody has any questions. All the secrets will be exposed. All right. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And I will see you for the next class. And if you have anything too that you want to write on the Facebook page, or there is on the website, the discussion little page, type some comments. Whatever you're, let me know something you really want to know or what you're really looking for, and I'll try and make sure that we can touch on that as we go too, because it's kind of crazy. We're like halfway done with this school already. So that means that these next 3 classes are going to be heavy hitters. Heavy. So looking forward to it. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.